on my multi-stream thing. GTK port is just kind of bad. Oh, well, this is also an old version. I think I'm down like a major version upgrade. I think if I updated GIMP just a little bit, we're talking about, it's the first thing I say when we start up the YouTube stream is I start talking about GIMP, which I don't know what the algorithm is going to do with that word on YouTube. But anyway, to make a YouTube thumbnail, this program was rather slow at its redraw, so I deleted about 500 layers from this thing because they're all just old layers. I just take a picture of my phone with whatever's on the desk and then put it right into the thumbnail thing. First fart. Those who don't know why there was a fart noise just then, it's because a long time ago, I made a physical fart noise maker that sits here in the shop just over there that I'm pointing at. It is basically a way for chat to interact. I've been meaning to make more ways for chat to interact, although we get pretty well distracted these days. You could probably do something with wLED or, you know, figure something out that would allow you guys to have a couple more ways to interact with my stream. It's just that was a stroke of genius. Three Mares sent me a dollar store fart noise box, and it had 9 farts in it. We hooked an ESP8266 up to it, and it happened to have just the right amount of GPIO to hit a transistor on all the pins. And we were lucky enough that because it's a low power design, when you push the button, it actually just sends 3 volts to the microcontroller on the board and plays back whatever farts. So we timed the farts to figure out how long they were, made a queue, basically a queue matrix, where every time the program iterates through it, it moves everybody over by 1 until everybody is no noise. So what happens is a sub will come in, and we actually change that to trigger via MQTT because now node red is the front end of my entire interactivity layer. That means I can spin stuff out like this just in a jiffy. I can just make interactive stuff so easily now because all of the login and the Twitch API and the robot registration stuff is handled by node red. But anyway, so when it comes down to this thing, what happens is your MQTT request comes in from you using a channel point, and that'll come in, and then we put the identity of the choice of fart into that matrix. It will then look at the front end of that matrix and look at what number has been initiated. It then loads a time in to time out, and it also sends a brief button press to the right button. So it hits the button, then it waits for the prerequisite amount of time of that fart to expire, and then it looks at the front end of that matrix. Well, it moves everybody over and puts a 0 at the end, and then it looks at that front end again to see if there's a second person in queue. If we got something like 12 farts at once, then it might fill up the whole queue, but I can make that queue longer. I can make that queue much longer if I need to. I just kept that matrix rather small because we're not going to get 12 requests for farts. That would be absurd. But yeah, that was the whole thing. That was we had to figure out all that logic. Pretty cool. And, you know, I didn't want to have the farts on top of each other because we didn't really know what happens to the thing when you hit 2 at once, or when you hit a new fart when one's playing. I think you might be able to interrupt, but my queue system doesn't really account for like the time between triggers. Yeah, so you can't even operate them that quickly. You can't get them in that. I don't know who's rate limiting there. Challenge accepted, I just need to save up. I mean, look, Reinix is trying it, but I don't think the chat will let you, you know, machine gun channel point redemptions. Waterfall. Music reactive waterfall. That's not very exciting, is it? I don't have the music piping into this. This is just doing I2S over the air. The question is if we are able to use the what do you call it? The accelerometer, which I guess I probably need to do a little bit more homework on the accelerometer. It looks relatively easy to use. It would be fascinating to be able to have a mode where the white LEDs are always facing downwards. So as you move this in the circle, it'll keep the light down. So if Willow's jumping around, it'll like move a flashlight back and forth. That'd be very cute. Chat is rate limited to 30 seconds when you say the same exact message. Yeah, okay, so that protects us and enables me to have a small matrix on the ESP. I think the ESP could probably handle more than that. What is the noise move? But it's not. It's already so active. Grab freak? What is huh? What's that one doing? Oh, there's some stuff happening there. Frequency pixels. Also, why is it that color? It's in the oranges right now. Green? Okay, that changed. Blue. Yeah, it's going blue. Pink. Red. So why isn't this orange? I guess it's yellow. There are some things that you can run that'll do color correction for the LEDs, but the difference in the brightness of the RG and B is always kind of a weird thing. That's why it doesn't quite match up. That's why when you go into your mouse and you try to change colors, they haven't put any work into matching the RG and B intensities, and so you're like, I want my mouse to be orange, and it ends up like a little bit green. That is solidly yellow, but it's definitely orange. It's definitely in the oranges, so we get more of an orange like right around here. That's only just starting to, that looks yellow as hell. You're like there. Yeah, that's a little bit more orange. Of course, it looks red on the camera because the camera is super sensitive to red. We got some stuff that we need to put into this in order to make it a more cromulent dog color. What I would like to do at the beginning of stream is we will cut open this soda bottle. We'll finally address the elephant in the room and cut open a soda bottle. We're going to cut open the soda bottle, and then we are going to try to get a 1 foot strip, because this is 1 foot long, and then I can do possibly 2 rows of LEDs. We can see what that looks like. That'll be really nice to do at the beginning of stream. And then we need to attach the battery to our test setup. I need to solder the battery onto the contacts of this thing so that we can use the battery plug-in. We could install that into the software, into the brain of the thing, and then that'll enable us to test low power mode as well. So I can actually turn this thing off. We got our work cut out for us, but should be fun. I mean, these aren't too complicated to do. They're just a little bit of work. My bite is a little weird too. It's not. I can feel it up close. The near cavity. He was like, I can like linish it back a little bit for you later. I'm like, yeah, my bite's a little funny, but it's not worth correcting. I mean, I guess it's fine. It feels almost fine. Just when I bite down, I think my jaw is being like moved a little bit out of. No, that's where. I think that's where it should be. I don't know. Okay, what else do I have going on? Not much. Not much. We got Halloween coming up, and I'm working on something that's already super interesting and fascinating for Halloween. I don't know how other streamers do it. I don't know how Justin is capable of putting together like these lavish Halloween videos for his Halloween stream. I guess if I had thousands of people watching, I would put a little bit more work into stuff like that. Maybe. I have absolutely no ability to stay prepared for the holiday of Halloween, and yet I am one of the key people that folks look to do something crazy and sort of wild. And typically my Halloween projects include lots of LEDs. Because the biggest Halloween thing that I did recently Well, it isn't even recently. That was like many, many years ago. But what I did was take a topiary sphere and I filled the topiary sphere with LEDs and big batteries. And if I had to do it nowadays, I could do so much more. I could make that whole topiary sphere a screen. Wouldn't that be cool? I would have loved to figure out. I know applied science did. See, that wouldn't. I don't know if you can doing like a curved circuit board to make like a sphere of these screens. That would be wild. It's probably already been done. It's probably a thing you can just buy if you have enough money. I would assume. Curved LED or circular LED screen. Sorta, spherical. Oh, there's all kinds of iterations of it. There's the thing in Vegas, but that's not really what I'm... You go on the size of a helmet. I guess if you're a science museum, you can get that kind of thing. Huh. Yeah, there's probably a really, really expensive solution to that. Most of my results are for the Vegas sphere or stuff that's just huge. Like, yeah, I could put flat screens around a sphere if it's that big and it would look all right. Yes, for my sim setup. Simmer. Who got the keys? There we go. That's bigger than my head. That's too big. You can put little arm holes and leg holes in that and run around. I'm the sun. Hello, meteor. Nobody remembers that commercial, Bother. You're dating yourself. Huh. Wonder how much that costs. All right, I got to keep my browsers separate. Got to make sure we're not doing our general usage stuff in Chrome, because I'll accidentally fall back onto Chrome. Chrome is like, look at me, I'm faster. Woo! But you still have tons and tons of ads. God, it got cold here. The fan is almost cold. Ah! Stand up. We got to get back to synthesizer stuff. Erica Synths put out a drum machine video, and it's using their hex inverter drum machine circuit that they went over in the previous video, but they made an entire drum machine out of it. And boy, does it slap. It slaps. That thing makes some cool sounds. I really enjoy that drum machine. It's awesome. I, of course, don't have nearly the money to buy into something like that. So, I just like modular synthesizer stuff is so expensive. That's not even a modular synthesizer thing. The Erica Synths thing is its own device that they've used their, I think, hex inverter. They call it hex inverter, but I think it uses a counter in order to produce rhythmic drums, right? And so you've got all kinds of cool stuff that you can do with that. I would love to build up my modular rack to have something like that. They made a modular rack module that does the drum machine stuff. If I can find some good buttons, and maybe I'll need to like buy some for something like a drum machine, and they need to be sort of snappy keys. Maybe we can put one together. I think I might have the CD4070 something or other counter, because I bought like 100 Logic circuits, tons of those little Logic circuits. They're a lot of fun to play with, and I threw out my entire collection. What's up, Wayne Johnson? I threw out my whole collection, which was a really big mistake back in the day. I should have held on to those, because now more than ever, doing stuff sort of on a rudimentary level without using microcontrollers is fun. The Erica Synth circuit mercifully does not use a 555 timer, although I could see the application of one in that circuit. I forget how they're producing their clock. They have some kind of an adjustable, I forget what they're using. I'll have to watch that video again to get the circuit, but we could probably build that circuit on the breadboard and then merge it over to a soldered perforated prototyping board, times I think 4, because you want snare, hat, some other kind of drum, and like a noise thing. You want 4 different sounds that you can produce in order to make a competent drum line in music. And the stuff that they did with their Erica Synths drum machine, their Logic circuit-based drum machine, sounds really good. It's like some really good rhythms that they were able to produce. And not being incredibly musical is of course going to hurt me. I'll have to polish up my music bone and see if I can get back on some kind of making of pleasant sounds. I don't think this stuff will work. I bought this ruler that has a little slide thing on it. Thought it would be useful in some cases, but I don't think cutting this stuff will produce. It's a little too flexible. I need something that'll hold on to the strips, and they'll basically they've got double-sided tape on the back, so I can lay them out on something that's a foot long, and then that goes in here, and then we have 2 rows of LEDs, so it'll be even more visibility for my cute little corgi. And then we'll have to build into this the prongs that'll have the shocking to it for the dog, so that when I'm feeling small, I can hit the button to shock my dog. Blech. Never, never, never. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. I've taught Willow that if she is in a dire situation, if I really say Willow with like anger in my voice, she'll stop and I'm able to catch her and pull her back, but I'm never that far from her. When the only time she gets really far away from me is when we have all the dogs in the cul-de-sac playing together, and sometimes they will run off at a person, and I actually hold Willow back from that. But she could potentially get into a dangerous situation. And you know, like I've said before, if you're going to use a shock collar on a dog, it's not for general training. It is for a dire circumstance. You know, like if the dog is going to be in harm's way, you'll want the ability to use that. Or if the dog gets overly distracted by something that's unsafe for it. Like I used to do beagling, which is where you follow a bunch of dogs around in a field. You basically herd the dogs together and have them chase after bunny rabbits that they're not able to catch. They're beagles, they're not that good at it. But the times when they'll get on something like a deer carcass, or you know, an animal that is not a bunny rabbit that can't get away from them as well, you really need to like get their attention, because they've got all of that instinct built into them to chase a thing. And so when they chase a thing that can harm them, you need to like have something. Sometimes it has to be something physical. It has to be like, you know, like a hit or a shock or something like that in order to get them to not harm themselves. But then, you know, any other scenario, we're not using that, you know. It's stupid. You do positive reinforcement and you can really change a dog's behavior if you're just consistent with them. We had a dog that was another corgi that was out when we're playing in the cul-de-sac with all the other corgis, and their owner could not get them to come. They would say the name again and again and again, and angry and angry and angry, and the dog literally would just ignore them. I gave the dog a treat. I told the dog to come here. The dog came over, gave the dog a treat. Did it again the next day. Now, whenever I say that dog's name, that dog, wherever he is, he'll come over to me. So a little bit of consistency goes a long way. Even, well, the corgis, so they're very smart. They learn almost immediately. But I am able to get that dog to come over to me and get them out of a situation, like if a car's coming. And he still completely ignores his owner. It's like, that's your best friend in the world. Just listen to him. It's not difficult. Bop, bop, bop. So we're working on this collar to increase the dog's visibility because it's getting darker earlier, and maybe this can moonlight as a Halloween costume. I don't know. last year I tried to buy Willow a flannel so that she could match me when we're walking during Halloween. I thought it was very cute. I bought what I thought was a corgi-sized flannel, and it was way too small. It didn't fit to her shoulders at all. It was like me wearing a size small. So I had bought another one, and it was still too small. Corgis are medium dogs. They are not small dogs. So I finally bought a large, and it fit. And she wore it for one day. I was considering cutting up one of my flannels and making a little flannel for her. That probably would be the best, because then you'd actually get real fabric. This fabric is good. The fabric on the little corgi flannel was very cheap. We're lucky though. Willow's hilarious. She will wear clothing. She does not care. I'll put a raincoat on her and she's just like, all right, I'm wearing a raincoat now. She takes the clothing really well. I don't think she would like dog booties, the little, you know, when you put them on the cat and the cat's doing the silly walk. I don't think she'd like those because she's kind of sensitive about her paws. If I ask, can I see her paw, she will bare her teeth at me. It's an empty threat. She still lets me look at her paws, but she doesn't like it. If I go, give me this, and I grab her paw and I say, let me see your paw, she knows, for me at least, not to growl, because I was like, hold on, and I held her paw until she stopped growling. But she will either growl, she'll sometimes bare teeth, and she tries to hold it back. She really does not like messing with her paws. I've tried to desensitize her to it, but I think there's just an element of that I'm not going to be able to touch with that. I've made her very polite about it. She doesn't like try to bite me anymore. She never bites hard, but she does lash out if I annoy her too much, and then she apologizes by putting her ears back and doing the kissy thing. But I've tried to desensitize her so she doesn't growl at a vet. So I think putting little booties on Willow would probably be a traumatizing experience for her, because it is messing with her paws and she just really doesn't like that. And you know, I've desensitized her to it. I don't mess with her paws now. I leave them alone. She just I don't know. She's got some issue with that. I think my folks thought that there was something wrong with her paws, and so they looked at them too much, and Willow doesn't like that. I don't know, just how she is. This would be one of the good modes to use for the dog running around outside, because if she barks, it'll be like bark, 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 and then this whole thing will light up. Bark, woof. Yeah, the audio reactive stuff is cool. I think it's very interesting that it, but the problem is this microphone is like for voice frequencies, and since it's using the I2S, I don't know if we could use I2C, those are two different bus protocols that are actually pretty unrelated to each other. They just used a similar naming scheme for them. I2S is more like one wire protocol than it is it? Maybe it is a little bit closer. I2C is inter-integrated circuits, IIC communication, inter-integrated circuits, and it's got a clock line and then a data line, and everybody shares. And so there's a protocol for checking to see if the line is open, to communicate, and then communicating to individual addresses. There is a bus master, or DOM, and then there are bus slaves, or subs. So you've got your DOM and you got your subs, and the DOM will say, hey sub, tell me what temperature it is, and then the sub will respond with a temperature in individual packets, I believe. Yeah, I think they are. Or no, actually, I think it requests, and then it does timing, address, request, response. It's all in one thing, because the response comes immediately after the request. It looks like it's all one big packet, but it's actually backed by bidirectional communications. Comms are weird. Basically what you do nowadays is you hook everything up and then you use a library in order to do your communications, because the timings can get fiddly. The timings and keeping the microcontroller running quickly during all of those timing events gets real tricky. And the lazier programmers can really doom you early on. They can lazily program in delays into the code instead of timing related events or using the internal timers of the microcontroller. They can, well, you can doom yourself in a couple different ways. You can have use microcontroller specific features so that if you move microcontrollers, your library doesn't work, or you can have things that pause the microcontroller and kind of bit bang out those timings. It's actually tricky to get those timings right across different platforms. There's such a thing as multi-master I2C, so the bus foresees collision detection and avoidance. Isn't it neat? I thought mostly collision detection was, oops, I tried to talk over you. I'm going to wait a random variable before I communicate again. I think that's LIN bus. LIN bus wants to be one wire. That's LIN bus. That's for automotive communication. And then I2C is very complicated because a lot of people, like everybody uses it. Everything uses it. I've even got some from like previous iterations. Man, before they had IMU units, you had your 6 degree of freedom motion thing, and you had to like calibrate it and pull it through all these steps in order to make it work. And you couldn't have a certain number of them on your buses. We were going to do dancer tracking by having motion units on their limbs, which can go horribly wrong. It's not a really good way to do tracking. Best way is optical, especially since we were doing it in order to realize a 2-dimensional projection. Optical just rules in that case. But anyway, so we were going to use accelerometers on a dancer, and in order to get all the I2C addresses on there, I was going to use an I2C switcher that could switch on and off a different piece of a bus of I2C. Would have been a disaster. None of that stuff would have worked. We vetted it out very quickly in the senior design, in sort of the scheme of senior design project. We vetted it out, but I still have those chips. I still run into them sometimes when I'm looking for chips. I'm like, oh, it's an I2C switcher. When am I ever going to use that? It's a totally useless thing. But what I thought was really neat about the motion, the IMU unit that we were looking at putting on the Willow's collar, this thing does all of that weird calibration on its own. It boils it down to basic like directional movement stuff. There's an open source hardware IMU motion capture kit that's reportedly pretty decent. I think Leb TV Live built one of those. He made these little boxes with the ESPs in it, I think. A separate ESP per IMU. Interesting. Yeah, because if you, like my grandiose idea was to turn on and off the I2C addresses, that'd be terrible. That'd be a really bad idea because you need that data. You need the continuing data in order to make sure that your limb hasn't moved, because you're approximating the acceleration of everything. And then back then, accelerometers could like stick or do weird stuff. So there would have to be so much filtering on the inputs in order to make it work at all. But then in the end, we were just feeding numbers into an Adobe Flash animation. So how crazy do we need to make it? So we did point tracking with infrared, and then we did color separation tracking with a color camera. So we had 2 cameras that were looking at the stage. The dancer had a raincoat, and we sewed in a circuit with infrared LEDs. So they were lit up like a Christmas tree invisibly. And then our point camera would get points on the XY coordinates, and then the color tracking thing would get a general center using the different colors. So we were able to track an umbrella, a blue umbrella on a gray background. We were able to track. This is in the mid 2000s. That technology was not around. And then the animation was letters falling from the sky and bouncing off of the person with the umbrella, which was funny because some of them didn't bounce. Some of them were made to look like they were behind everything. So we had to put in this randomness to whether or not the stuff actually responded. We probably shouldn't have done that. It probably should have been just a complete binary, if it hits our stuff, bounce. But it was good enough that we were able to make a general shape of a dancer. We were able to generally put in a keep out, like an invisible keep out layer that bounced all the stuff around, and it looked like the dancer was part of the animation. What's up, Tequin Dragon? I'm going to say that different every single time I try to say it. Tequin. The struggles. What type of camera and objective do you have there as a desk camera? Objective? What do you mean by objective? The camera that I'm using, I wouldn't really suggest. Oh, do you mean the one that I was facing down? Yeah, because I use Logitech cameras. They're not that great. They kind of forget their settings, and I've had to build in algorithms to get them to work like they do here. This one is obviously the scope command that was just used. The scope, that's this here. So it's a Kurokesu body. I use a Naga magic arm, a magnetic magic arm to hold it up. And then it has a Nikon lens, my old Nikon camera that I bought with a tax rebate check. I had several lenses for it. One I think I didn't buy, but anyway, I've got 2 of these lenses. These are the entry-level, old-school Nikon lens, and then I've got just a C-mount adapter to Nikon lens here that allows me to do the aperture, and that gives me a really good microscope that stands really far away from everything. This camera is the arm camera where I get all of my dynamic shots. The dynamic shots are coming from a Logitech Brio. These are like cheap now. I do have an enclosure, a Kurokesu enclosure that I want to put this in, but my milling machine, the DRO, broke the day I wanted to do that. So I wasn't able to do the milling that I wanted to do so that I could put the Kurokesu enclosure around it, because that would be easier for me to kind of manhandle around. This is fine though. This is a Brio. And then I have a FLIR Lepton 3.1, which I didn't need to get the 3.1. These are getting real cheap. These are getting real cheap. You're starting to see a lot of thermal optics on like gun sites that are cheap and other stuff. I would love to get the one that plugs into your phone and then you can use your phone as a portable thermal camera. These things are awesome. These little tiny thermal cameras. I put it on a Group Gets webcam adapter because this is pretty permanent installation. Being able to see thermally is really nice for soldering and testing stuff. And then, you know, the Brio is just co-witnessing it. We designed in Fusion 360, we designed an enclosure for that camera because Lepton put out a 3D model that's so comprehensive that it gives you the sight lines of the camera, and you can just literally you can use the collision of the sight lines of the camera to cut out your camera hole. It's awesome. Very cool that they did a 3D model. You did 3D print something for the camera in purple. Yes, it had to be purple. Actually, this would look better in like the translucent blue would probably be nice, because there is an LED inside of there that tells you whether or not the camera's on, and you can kind of see it through the side vents. I had to put a lot of vents around the thing. There's the front and the back vent all in there to just allow air to freely flow out, because if there's too much, if the thing is fully enclosed, it gets hot, and when it gets hot, the image starts to break up and become real pixely. But yeah, the microscope is a Kurokesu enclosure, and then the lens is a Nikon, a typical Nikon webcam, typical Nikon DLSR lens, but it's being offset by the enclosure, the C-mount, and the adapter. And that's what enables me to have a microscope with such a long standoff. And you know, microscope, it's not incredible microscopy that we're doing. It gets us close enough that we can see details of things. And I can do my soldering. And because it's a webcam, I get 60 FPS 1080p, which is, I think, the minimum requirement for a microscope that you use in soldering. You need to have snappy response, otherwise you end up stabbing yourself with a soldering iron. I think back then you had back then you had discrete analog rotary rate sensors like Murata and Inc. 03, but they would have made for a horrendous IMU. Yeah, compared to the stuff from today. I remember back in the day, the Sega VR headset had an antenna that you had to clip to your shoulder, and the antenna would go up through a thing that basically worked as a mouse, so that it would know where your head is tilting and looking. That's how they were able to cheaply do VR back in the day. Crazy. I worked at Ergo Lab back then. We used the Vicon system for mocap. I don't know what that one is. I know a little bit about amateur mocap these days, but man, the DIY stuff has exploded. It's really, really cool what people are able to do to capture motion and get their perverted model in VR chat to be able to realistically hump another 3D model. It's all sex stuff. It's what the primary motivation of the furthering of mankind's technological progress is to fuck. More power to them, you know? This is helpful if you can see it so big on the screen. Yeah, check it out. So what I'm looking at when I do the soldering stuff with the microscope is literally just this monitor. And this monitor, I've split it up a little bit more than I probably should, but I do, or at least used to, I can use the Stream Deck to do a lot of this stuff now, but I can switch scenes by clicking here. I see chat here, which is both. Oh wait, no, it's not both. Hey, Madam You, how's it going? Your chat didn't come through. I need to, hold on. I need to re-up the YouTube. So yeah, this monitor is everything that I see. Where do we bin this? No. Where's the garbage bin? The garbage session, YouTube default, clear, bot reply only, user agent setup. I don't want to clear cache and storage. I just want to get rid of this one. Well, let's auto find and activate. There we go. The problem with the neural connector VR is the burnt monkey smell. Ask Elon about that. I'm sure he knows which air freshener is best for sort of, you know, burnt bone and other monkey carcass. Oh, I can right click it. There we go. Oh no, close is probably a bad idea. I did not find this hard. I didn't find it hard to get rid of. I don't know why it's... Last time, at least. Where was the... Why am I bad at UI? I'm bad at this UI. Stop and close the source. Oh, there we... That was the wrong one. Stop and close the source. There we go. Well, now I can get rid of them. This one I want to activate. And that should... Yeah, there's Madam You. Okay. And then this is the one I want to get rid of. Now there's a remove down here. I see. So it took away the UI element. It didn't just gray it out. Graying out a UI element is useful so that I don't feel like a desperate boomer when I'm trying to open a PDF or whatever. Okay, so now everybody will show up in the chat windows. But what I was saying is when I'm doing the microscope stuff, like here's the microscope, here's my view of it. This is a 27-inch screen, so this is pretty big. You know, I don't have a banana, so you can... Oh. There you go. There's a centimeter rule up against it. So this is pretty big, a pretty big element in the shop. It's a sort of a main focus. And so the visuals that I am piping out to you guys are directly what I'm seeing. It's exactly what I'm seeing in front of me when I'm streaming. That way I don't neglect you guys as much. I don't actually like leave you guys on red. And when I'm sitting here using the microscope, I'm sitting up. My back is straight. I have the beginnings of old man back problems, but they're not all that prominent. The only trade-off being that sometimes I sleep on a hard floor, just so that my back feels okay. The bed feels like a giant marshmallow, and I can't sleep properly, and then I'll move to the floor and like get the deepest sleep that I've ever had. Maybe it comes from years of doing festivals or sleepovers or just you know, cot stuff. Boy, a cot at a festival is awesome. The year that I brought a cot, my fat ass broke it because it was made out of aluminum. But the nights that because I was like working, we were like digging post holes and stuff. And so doing pull-ups, I tried to do a pull-up and it turns out that I am way too fat to do a pull-up. I had a really good amount of upper body strength. I was going to the gym for a little while there in 2019. And I built up, like you could see, I had like upper body muscles because I got to get my fat ass out of the bathtub, you know. So I'm picking myself up off the floor when I play with the corgi and stuff like that. You know, into your old age, it's really important. And I'm not old. I'm saying like, you know, the next 20 years. I need 30 years. I need to make sure that I'm able to get up off the floor. Hopefully I lose a whole lot of weight. I'm doing that slowly. And I've already tracked a little bit of weight loss, but then we ordered Chinese last night, so I'm afraid of the scale. I will get back to, I'll weigh myself again after today, but I just had leftovers for lunch, and General's chicken is full of sugar. I had to have it. I had to have it. I needed to scratch the fried chicken itch that I get. I had to. I had no choice. I had no choice. I'm sorry. But yeah, I'll get back to not eating ever, because Ozempic really keeps you from feeling hunger. I mean, it's just not a priority anymore. Hold up the microscope is a C920 with a Nikon 1855 junk lens. Yep, that's all it is. And Amazon and Kurokesu. I think Kurokesu's still in business. They're sort of in that tumultuous area. They were for a bit. The part that Russians trying to... No, actually, they were nearby that stuff. I don't think it affected them at all. But Kurokesu makes these aluminum enclosures that you transfer the electronics to, and then you solder in a new connector. This is USB-B, which is the USB mini, not micro. It's a USB mini plug, which makes it hatefully annoying. And one of these days, when the milling machine works again, we can just do an end mill and maybe turn this into USB-C, even though it's just USB 2.0 from a C920. You could do this whole setup pretty cheap, but this is what makes it a good microscope. This and this are what makes it a really good microscope. Because the Nikon lens is also part of the equation. And I have an anti-ultraviolet lens on the outside there more as a dust cover than anything else. But the Logitech webcams are very annoying. They're very annoying because you have to tweak them in order to get the right view. There's a whole procedure here. Hold on. Where's my window? Hold on. I'll get it. Here, this is an important video to watch. The procedure. This YouTube video will bring you through the process of calibrating the Logitech webcam. And once it's calibrated, you get visuals like this. It's a Lithuanian company. Yeah, it's the nuclear material for Back to the Future, or, you know, a camera enclosure. But they're awesome. I pre-ordered, or I ordered a long time ago, the Brio enclosure. This isn't the Brio. This is a backup, but there's no webcam in it. I do have the Brio one. They actually put microphone holes in it, although I would never trust this webcam with a microphone on it. You can print your own C-mount enclosure? I guess so. I wanted it to be metal because you need to... These cameras get warm. You can see the metal enclosure right now. Anything metal attached to it is evening out that temperature. I started with such a string and weight and the other side, string and weight on the other side, so that I didn't only pull the rod down, and increase the weight till I could pull myself up. Interesting. Eat always good, possibly not so much potatoes, rice, protein, eggs. Yeah, I'm eating way less. I am not quickly doing anything because I don't want to blow up my liver, losing weight. I could not eat. I could just fast for a long time right now with the medications that I'm on, but I don't want to do that. It's not that it's uncomfortable, it's that it could be, bad. So I am tracking weekly and making sure that I am on a slow decrease in weight. I lost about 2 pounds. I don't know what the time of that was, but it was I was big. I was at 10 pounds heavier than I am right now, and the weight just kept going up and up and up. And so we sort of tweaked things a little bit, and now it's a slow glide downwards, and we'll see where that takes me. At a certain point, my body is going to be like, hey, wait a minute, we're wasting away. Let's put the brakes on that, and it'll go into kind of like a starving response, in which case, because you hit a plateau and your body doesn't listen to you at some point, because the body goes into some type of emergency mode where it thinks you're in a desert trying to survive on nothing. Congrats on the 5 kilogram improvement. I wasn't weighing myself regularly, so I can't quite track that, because I'm using one scale, and the one scale, I don't think it showed me. It did show me at 2. Did it show me at 280? I don't remember. I blocked the memory in my brain. That scale was supposed to track my weight. It was from a company called Cardio, Qardio. It was supposed to keep a log send it to my cell phone and give me this handy little chart where I could track my weight nonchalantly. I wouldn't have to think about making the chart and just have to step on the scale. The company went out of business. And so they turned off the server. And so I can no longer log in to the account in order to use my scale. I can use it. It just gives me my weight, but it doesn't record anything obnoxious. I did it only once a day with a 4-hour eating gap per day. This is not easy. For you, this is possibly not ideal because of diabetes. My doctor said that you should probably fast for most of the day. He made that comment nonchalantly. I don't think he expected me to follow it, but apparently that's kind of what I should be doing. I've done half portions and I only eat 2 meals a day, and I have cut out nighttime snacks, except if I'm really feeling weird. But yeah, it's starting. I'll have updates, but it's not going to be fast. It's not fasting. It's not going to be quick. It's not going to be quick, but I'll get there. I know myself and I know how this stuff works, and I've done it before. The time I did it before, I was on testosterone, which does an incredible amount for keeping you from feeling hungry, keeping you active, making you feel alert and awake, which I don't right now. That's just me. So there's, bodies are very, very complicated, and everybody's going to have a different solution. I would never profess to say that I know what I'm talking about, but I do know my own body. So we'll see how it goes. Maybe I should keep a log of this stuff. I found a Reddit thread that talked about using a different, like a Chinese app, in order to get the scale to communicate with your phone. I mean, if push comes to shove, I wonder if we could just hack it. I don't know much about making apps. If I made my own app to try to get into the radio, or because boy, open source your companies. If you're going out of business, please open source your shit. Just open source it. Just open up the source. Say, here's the GitHub page. I wonder if that exists. Here, let's take a look. Cardio GitHub. Cardio ARM iOS application exposes sensitive data. Great. Amazing. Usernames and passwords in a plist file. What? Production level development accounts and access to the engineering backdoor. Oh boy. Oh boy. Scale needs the IED treatment. We have hacked Bluetooth low energy before. This would be nothing new for me. Bluetooth low energy, the steering wheel, for Granite devices, instead of having a cable connect your steering wheel, because the servo motors that they use can go 180 degrees without it stopping, because they'll go 1.5 turn and then virtually stop by hitting you with some current through the motor. But instead, when the thing is off, it can spin infinitely, right? So you don't really want that cable there connecting your steering column to your wheel. And you don't want to have a slip ring, because those are expensive. They're not that expensive, but they're just like a little piece of plastic. They're not like a hard bump stop. So when your wheel's off and you flip the wheel all the way to one end, if you've got a slip ring in there, it'll crunch the plastic and break it. And then it'll be able to go around infinitely and eventually tug on the flexible PCB inside of the slip ring and break that. So you don't want all that stuff. So instead, what you do is you make your wheel a Bluetooth device, so that all of your button presses are just via Bluetooth packet. So you have the Bluetooth modems that connect to each other and stay connected, and then you have your packets running back and forth. And you do that with a simple TX and RX module that plugs into the board. We made it so that that TX and RX module communicates with our circuit board, because we have an infinite slip ring that we made ourselves, which is why I put dick butt on it. So we made an infinite slip ring for my specific application. I soldered some wipers to this and put another circuit board on top of it. And so we speak LIN bus directly to directly to the steering wheel, so that I can use all the buttons on the steering wheel. And then when the Granite Devices controller starts up, we fake being a Bluetooth modem that connects to that steering wheel. So we've done some pretty high level Bluetooth low energy hacking. I have a feeling that in the Bluetooth low energy standard, we could open the PDF and take a look through it. I'll bet you there is a section where it identifies what the packets should look like for a scale. And I will wager that if we pick up some signals over the air, we might be able to log in or get connected as the scale. Now, if I could just over the air listen to what that packet is, that would be ideal. But I don't think, because the Bluetooth low energy standard is so strict that the tasers that law enforcement carry around can be found over the air. If you have something, a dolphin style thing, sniffing Bluetooth, if you're at like a protest or something, you could have it clue you in if it finds that address of a taser. And you could help identify law enforcement in a crowd. If you had multiple people doing that, you might even be able to triangulate it. But it's such a rigid standard. Like even my insulin pump speaks Bluetooth low energy. It speaks it in a specific standard that I could hack. I could get in, I could read the standard and say, oh, that's what the packets look like. And then, wield them from there. I was having a binge eating episode at night. Me too. Then I started eating apples and strengthening my willpower. At some point, my hormones adjusted, and from then on, it was very easy to get through the whole day. It became very easy. Yeah, so yeah, all those hormones are like driving you, and then the lizard brain comes in, like your not your higher order thinking comes in and goes, body need fuel. And you go, body need fuel. I guess I can have just this one. And you like immediately justify it because there are lower level things working towards making you. And then, of course, you get people like blaming fat people for being fat. And it's like, I don't think you know the half of it, man. Like, I don't think you've ever felt your lizard brain tickle your synapses from the inside. And sort of the higher order brain goes, I'm going to blank out for just a minute here. And then you're like, wait, I just ate a box of Oreos. What happened? Like... that happens. It is a thing. It is a biological mechanism that has kept us alive for centuries. The thing that Ozempic does is it works on some of the stomachy kind of things that are going on when you've binge eaten and gained a lot of weight and you don't really feel hunger right. I think there's an underlying mechanism of diabetes, not type 2, I mean in type 1, where you don't feel hunger properly. This helps kind of reintroduce that. So that's how I've been using it. And it's been going okay. I can see how people are able to fight through what that drug does to you. They're able to fight through it and negate all of the stuff that it does. But I know what I'm doing because I've lost the weight before. I spent nights just lifting a weight in order to build a little bit of muscle, so I'm using more fuel. Then I started getting on the exercise bike thrice a week. I do plan to go back to that, but I am editing my diet sort of harshly now so that I can start losing little bits of weight over time. I don't want to rush it. I'm not young. You look at you browsing like through Reddit, you'll see I lost 150 pounds. I'm 21. And it's like, oh, my metabolism hates me. I am what the internet would consider a fossil. I am a sentient pile of dust, according to how people treat age on the internet. The internet's pretty ageist. Which ageist sounds way cooler than it is. Ageism is different, but ageist sounds like a weapons system. This is ageist, and a bunch of missiles fly out. Oh, in the battlefield with ageist. How's this doing? Oh, whoa, don't show that. Hold on, that was the thing with my address on it. Please to ignore. Yoop. Okay. Just alley-oop that shit out of there. The computer project I need to do more designing on. I kind of want to, like, with the computer project, all the stuff that we're designing for is currently in use. So I would have to pull down my gaming computer, much like my pants, and have it all swinging in the breeze in order to actually put together that 3D print that I want to put together for the air ducting that we've made. I think it's a really cool thing that we made. It could be improved a little bit. There are things that I could do to kind of improve that air duct, but I don't want to spend too much time on it. So I hate how thick that whole assembly was going to be. if I had 2 fans on it. I think that 200 millimeter fan should move enough air to cool the whole computer. I think. I'm walking 12 kilometers 2 to 3 times the week. Nothing special. Don't know if it helps, but I burn some energy. Walking is so incredibly good for you. The human body was not made especially to sit at a desk. It was made to move around and get absolutely brutalized. And then its repair mechanisms, its repair mechanisms are what makes you into a sculpted Adonis, right? So moving your body about moves all kinds of systems, like your lymph system and stuff like that, moves fluids around, it gets muscles moving and using energy, and it gets you into a mode where your body is doing what it should do. Walking is amazing. The dog has me walking, but the dog is not an explorer. I don't know how coded dogs are by gender, but as a female dog, it seems like she's more of a nesting kind of dog than our neighbor's male dog who wanders all around. She does like guard duty to protect the pack. If I'm talking to another person, she'll go sort of just outside of us and sit and face outwards and look for things coming down the street. What she does not do is walk in the circle of the neighborhood. I have to kind of like drag her almost. I have to be like, come on, we're going this way. And what she'll do is she'll go the direction I want to go for 2 steps, maybe 1, and then she'll go, this is an interesting scent. I am going to smell this thing. Oh, it happens to lead in the opposite direction you want to go. I'm like, come on, dog, I'm smarter than you. I got opposable thumbs. I know what you're doing. Let's go this way. And I have to like drag her again. She'll finally give up at a certain point, and then she'll walk with me, but then she'll get annoyed with me and she'll walk ahead of me at just outside of my pace. It's like an escort mission where you have to, if you're running, you're going too fast, and if you're walking, you're going too slow. Aegis is a Star Citizen shipmaker. I don't think I have one of those anymore, but the Aegis ones, yeah, those were the, yeah, you said the militaristic ones. I've spent so much money on Star Citizen, and then I said, nope, I'm not doing it anymore. The reason I spent so much money on Star Citizen was I was making a lot of money at the time. I was working at the medical design company and making good money, so I could spend a little bit here and there, and so I trickled a little bit of money into that drawings of spaceships scam because I really like drawings of spaceships. I really do. I really, really do. And then I totaled up the money and I was like, nope, we're cut off. So I'm waiting for that to become a game. It's a very good demo. It's a very good demo. There's a lot of amazing stuff being built into it, but I have a feeling by the time it releases, the stuff in that game will not be that special anymore. That's kind of the way I see it going. Let the engineering begin, says Dat Dietz with a sub of 76 months. Get it on, 76ers. Charles Barkley, meet Larry Bird. That's a, who is that? That's G Love and Special Sauce, isn't it? I think it is. 76 months. Yeah, we're going to start engineering in just a minute here. Oh God, it's been a long intro. Sorry, everybody. I've been talking about all kinds of nonsense and we took a while to get YouTube up and running. So we've had kind of a long intro. Let me de-intro us. So I'll fade out the music, hit pause on it in case I need to go to the bathroom. Check to see if my mole has a giant hair on it. That'd be a lot of months. Yeah, we've been streaming for quite a while. And these people that keep re-upping their subs, I question their mental state, but I thank them sincerely. Listen, we will. Oh, that was the wrong button. Hold on. Lights back on. Start soon, goes away. There we go. Hello, welcome. The sun rises on Oh Bother's stream. Did you see the microphone of the ESP32 on the breadboard? Oh, did I use the microphone? Yes. We currently have audio reactive. This is audio reactive right now. LEDs. We got a couple things to do. I know a star when I see him, man. Listen, if the money would roll in anywhere near some of these even moderately or very minimally known streamers, I get surprised often by being actually known as the electronics guy on Twitch. Like Strange Parts, who was making a career off of the YouTube videos, comes in and goes, "Hey, you're the you're that guy. And I'm like, what? Because I feel like small peanuts here. We don't like, we're not a big channel. We're a very like local access cable channel sized stream. And man, it would, the predictions of me popping off, it would be nice if those would happen, but I got completely like, not ghosted. I got completely left in the dust by like Uo's lab doing really genuinely dangerous things, both with food and electronics. And they've got this huge following, and they built it off of, I think off of VTubers, you know, being, collaborating with VTubers and stuff. But like, I don't know, we've had one good collaboration with Tom Thinks, building him a button. Other than that, I don't know if the electronic stuff lends to the setups and the sort of collaborative things that streamers do. So maybe one day we'll pop off. Maybe one day, you know, not Vsauce Michael Reeves will be like, raid me. Who knows? I need to anti-boring some of these projects because we tend to go nose first into stuff that scares us. And typically the stuff that scares us is heavily programming and engineering kind of things. So like deep into the electronics design, deep into the programming, deep into the engineering, and it's too deep. It's too deep. We need to be more superficial. So this wLED dog collar stuff has been a godsend. This stuff has been amazing. What we're doing is so simple because wLED is doing all of the heavy lifting for us. What we're able to do is use addressable LED strips, and you can get this stuff in any flavor under the sun. We are using a thin strip of addressable LEDs in order to rock out my dog's collar. It's kind of going to be amazing. I bought her this LED collar. This thing came with a battery, with a little power button, and it had discrete LED dots on it. This is the white one. You can buy a red one. You can buy whatever you want. This is at Willow size, which means it's huge. And it's got 1 foot of LED on it. Now there are wraparound LED collars. This one just had the discrete LEDs and the big snap. I need big snaps because I live with people that have arthritis and they need to be able to operate this thing. It's good to have a nice big snap. Some thought into it as like, maybe I want like a magnetic clasp or something that could turn on and off the LEDs. But in this case, I think we're going to be able to put the computer into the microcontroller into a low energy mode. Which dog race do you have? Is it racial? I don't. Yeah. All right. So what I have is a corgi. I will show the corgi. I have many pictures of the corgi. Let's see. This is our dog. This is Willow. She's a 3-year-old corgi, a fluffy corgi. Face focus. Oh no, that's the wrong focus. Hold on. Wait a sec. Oh, we've sustained it. Chat, are you okay? Are you guys okay? You've sustained a head injury. Oh, there you go. All right. Sorry, I was trying to focus the arm. I need to change where that button is because this is the one that I use most of the time when we do macro. So this is Willow. She's a goober. She died. She's not dead. She's alive. She's a total goober. These are the thumbnails from YouTube. I can do this because I don't take salacious pictures on my phone because nobody loves me. Yeah, she is a total goober. It has been getting dark earlier as we get into fall. As we get into fall, it has been getting dark earlier, and unfortunately, my driveway leads directly out into an intersection where cars are making a right turn around a huge shrubbery that you can't really see through. And corgis are small. She's not tall. So I need her to be loud. I need her to light up the night, much like Spider-Man, but without all the injuries. So what we're doing is we're letting wLED do all the programmatic heavy lifting and all of the cool patterning that I used to have to do manually in order to do a fast LED project, in order to do LED strips. wLED and this sort of advent of ESP32 and other microcontrollers that are way more powerful than they have any business being will allow us to have a little Bluetooth/Wi-Fi/infrared remote capable system where we can have lighting. I may do the infrared remote because that way I can sit out there with a clicker and change the patterns in the playlist. we'll make a playlist of patterns with this thing, and then I'll be able to just iterate through them using the remote. That, or I'll have the power button do it, but I'm not sure that I can do that. We need to explore the possibilities of wLED and what it can do, because it is leftover. Chinese food burps are not welcome. Bother. What are you doing? I thought you were a professional streamer. wLED can enable us to do all kinds of really cool patterns with multiple strips. And so I want to explore that a little bit. First, we need to build the multiple strips, and we need to see what that looks like. It would be better to shine with light on her fur, and then the people can see the dog in the best. I'm not gonna make the dog look like a glowing alien out there. No. The light up collar is fine. She doesn't really necessarily need to be able to see better, because she can see just fine. Dogs don't use their eyes as heavily as people do. She's more of a scent machine, but giving her like a little headlight, I guess it could help with that. But mostly I want to make the dog sparkle at night, and this is how we do it. We do it with wLED. I think that's the best thing to do. This is a fat lady? No, pet sleigh. Hold on, my third light isn't on. Turn that on. The pet sleigh dog collar is really cool because it's basically a pretty good dog collar. If I had to grab onto this thing, like even just using the loop through a finger, I could hold Willow back just fine. We don't really do that. We use a harness. You guys saw her in the harness just then. But if it's at night, we'll put this on her and then she'll light up. And if in an emergency, if she happens to not have her harness at the time or something, this is a good enough collar that it can stop the dog from getting in trouble. Probably won't need to do that. Don't want to crush her windpipe, But here we have this clear panel, this polyester stuff, the microplastics fabric. Here that light can shine through. And so if we put enough LEDs in there, we've got just enough battery that we could probably power this thing for about 2 hours. I don't think we're usually out for more than 2 hours, maybe 3. We're gonna have 2 foot-long strips, so we'll have to see what the current draw of the whole system is. So far we have it so that we're inputting 5 volts. We have a 3 volt ESP32. I don't know if the pins on the ESP32, I don't know if they're 5 volt compatible. 5 volt compatible means we can put 5 volt like data signals into the ESP32 without blowing it up. We have this microphone that is being fed 5 volts, but it's communicating with the ESP32. I don't know if it's communicating on a 5 volt scale, but it is working. See, if I get quiet, this whole thing goes red. I've got it on an audio sparkle thing. Even a fart would set this thing off. Even a... See if I was popular. Somebody listening to what I say. Nobody listens to what I say, This guy talks for 4 hours. He doesn't even take apart a toy during that time? Jeez. I feel ripped off. That's just a comment that I got. There you go. See, the fart set it off pretty well. Of course, that was the meanest, nastiest fart that we can produce here. Sorry I was late. No, you're not under any obligation. No obligation. Yeah, it's okay if you don't have enough fart points. So yeah, we've been able to get this system running at least rudimentarily. This is how a project like this goes. We did the initial fact finding, right? I took apart the light up dog collar and we discovered that it has a pretty good battery in it. See, now they just can't be stopped. We can't, I need to, it's in my Dutch ancestry that I need to poke my hole in the fart producer to stop the flood of farts that's coming in. That is some heady imagery. All right, anyway, in this cloud of Ben Gizmo farts, we took this thing apart and we discovered that it has a pretty good battery in it, and that the circuit board was actually like a circuit board. I don't think cost-cutting measures have hit this company yet, because in time you would see something like this eventually become not like a real circuit board. It would be like a single layer millimeter thick circuit board, and then you would have like an epoxy top IC on it. This doesn't have that. It actually has a battery manager and like a thing that can run patterns. It even has a charging LED on it. Pretty crazy the amount of technology, and it was made in 2024. You can see the date code right there. 6 is the best. 6 is the balloon neck fart. Oh no, am I starting to name the farts? That's bad. bother. That's bad. This thing is really well made. I did not expect this level of technology. Usually you see the absolute piss cheap electronics in here. You'd get like just a dome with some Captain tape over top of it as the button. This has an actual tactile feedback button on it. It's kind of crazy. So this circuit board obviously fits in perfectly, right? But our fact-finding mission yielded that a full-size circuit board fits in there. If we can have a USB-C output, then we could fit a microcontroller. And so we looked around at the different microcontrollers that I had, and I happened to have some of the RP2040 based Seeed Studio JAWs. The JAWs are made to have sort of the same footprint and be relatively minimalistic for these sort of high power and or high power wireless microcontroller platforms. It's got USB-C, and in the case of the specific one that we chose, we get an ESP32C3, which does Bluetooth and Wi-Fi, and we get the small form factor, and we get battery management in this thing. This thing has a battery manager on it, so we need to test that. What I want to do is build the actual LEDs. That'll give us an idea of what the runtime of this thing will be, and then we'll plug in our sort of 1 foot long test strip into the JAW, and then we can plug the battery into the JAW and see what the battery management is like, and the visuals for the battery management. So that's what we were doing. We did the fact-finding mission. We found out that this thing could actually fit a JAW in it. I could modify one in there, and I got a little bit of space left over for other sensors. That's awesome because this thing can really be kitted out. And since it's an ESP32, we have access to a bunch of very powerful low power features so that when I turn this thing off, it's not just going to immediately discharge the battery. Yes, this is a dog collar. It comes from Pedalsay. I bought it off of Amazon. Basically, this enclosure fits into here, into this little loop, and then down here is LEDs. So if we put the accelerometer module on it, which I'd really like to do, I could have the direction that it sees gravity be a thin strip of white LEDs. So as she's turning her head, her little head, or if she runs around and this thing shifts around, it'll illuminate in front of her like a flashlight. I think that would be a cool feature. I don't know if we're going to be able to do the accelerometer though. This is the first thing that's on the chopping block. The things that we need to do, we've done microphone. That's the bare minimum of my reactivity. So that's why this is lighting up, is because we've got the microphone working on it. So we've got an I2S microphone digitally sending stuff to the ESP32, and with a plugin that is allowing us to do various visual modes that respond to music. wLED is like super powerful. This is the Idea light again. Did I miss a sub? I think I saw the light doing Idea stuff. Why did my Twitch window park? Let's see. We got Hype Train. Dat Deets with Prime 14 minutes ago. We got Dat Deets. Solid Electronics was 2 days ago. Okay, so Deets with the 76er months. Okay, that was it. It was just people saying idea a bunch and making my idea light up. Whenever there's a good idea in chat, we make sure to at least put an idea light on. Oh, the hovercrafts are going to be here any minute. So yeah, this is pretty cool. This is one of those like slam dunk streaming projects where I can use the software that other people have already made and just kind of float around with that and then piece everything together with my mitts. That's the kind of project that I really like to sink my teeth into. This project could be a YouTube short and it would probably be pretty popular. Although I don't think people would generally like watch it. I don't think the algorithm would pick up on it for me. It never does. This is what happens with like Reddit. I'll post something on Reddit and it just dies. I really should cheat and pay for all of that stuff. I don't know about any good ideas for me, but I've seen you have a few every now and then, you know. A burnt out light bulb illuminates a room twice a day. That doesn't quite work. All right, so how does the Idea Light work? The Idea Light is a fascinating project, and I will go through it very quickly with you. The Idea Light runs off of what runs the rest of this shop. So the reason the light that's right here in this camera is not currently illuminated is because I have something that connects to OBS, and it connects to all of my different lights, and it connects to the Idea Light, and it turns them on and off and changes the colors of them. So I've got all these toggles over here. We've got OBS scene right here if this is a light or whatever, under certain pieces of the code that come back, we trigger off of those and we throw them into various switches. So if we get a command to turn on and off the shop lights, it turns on a specific number of shop lights. I don't know why SW1, 2, 3, and 4 are on that. Oh, this is from the Stream Deck. Yeah, that's right. So I've got timers, I've got daylight hours, I've got all this kind of various stuff. And then we have a tab specifically for Twitch, so that the Twitch API, if that sends something and it contains either a chat message with particular text in it, if it's a raid, if it is a sub or a gift sub, etc., 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 on and on to all the different stuff we can control, it will then illuminate either a light, or it'll do something funny, or it'll set off a fart noise. All that stuff is controlled with Node-RED flows. What's up, Big John? That way we only have one thing that logs into Twitch, so that if its credentials go bad, I know what to fix. Because we used to make all of these bots as separate things, but now it's all one gateway to the rest of the shop and all the smart stuff that we do. Doing this kind of stuff is really fun. I wish I could just do that stuff, but I made Burn the Subs, and now Burn the Subs is the monkey on my back, and I will have to, address that and get that running again. But now Burn the Subs is no longer a thing that logs into the Twitch API on its own. Node-RED runs Burn the Subs. I'm not sure if Obother really knows how it all works now. I selectively forget little pieces of it and then dive back in and go, oh yeah, I remember it now. Node-RED is a bit of a weird thing. Node-RED is all about managing Java flows. And when you start thinking in Node-RED, it kind of pushes all the other intelligent parts of your brain away. In order to function. It's like I have to save RAM. We got on the prompting of Big John, JWN, at the prompting of Big John, I completely abandoned the unfun process of getting OpenGL running on a Raspberry Pi, which I still need to do in order to run wLED stuff. And that led me directly, because I was taking Willow outside and I was going, this looks a lot like a strip of programmable LEDs. And so I happen to have this stuff on me, which is not all that dense. It's very few LEDs. We get a lot of battery life out of this, but this would go directly in here and do one row. I happened to order a bunch of this LED strip, and it's all the wrong stuff. But what we got in the mail might shock you. This is a 2.7 millimeter thick strip. And we plugged it into wLED almost immediately, and we got these slightly more dense patterns out of it that look really good. The slightly denser patterns they got me reeling, man. I'm all bricked up about these LED patterns, because this stuff, the power that I can wield with this stuff is immeasurable. Oh, if only I could buy a thrift store jacket, and I could punch some holes in the back and get one of those slightly more flexible batteries. You did it. Congrats. 215 Big John, always a sucker for a lot of words. Sometimes when he wants to have a conversation, he doesn't even talk. He just types stuff on the keyboard and hits enter. Anyway, so yeah, this has been a bit of a process. Getting the ESP32 to take in code was like pulling teeth. Literally just got back from the dentist. Yesterday I got some fillings done. Next Wednesday I got to get more fillings done. It sucks. But getting wLED to run on the ESP32, I don't know if I would rather get fillings done, but I might. Yeah, full-blown LED matrix on a jacket I could definitely do. And I could do wLED patterns, or in the case of what I really wanted to do, and I'll eventually get it done, is run run Project M on a Raspberry Pi, just so that this thing can be churning up resources in itself, and I could justify the amount of computing power that I'm putting on my wall. This thing could run that, and then it could also probably coordinate wLEDs. Did you end up writing a custom wLED modules, or use the off-the-shelf Node-RED? I'm using it off the shelf. I'm not using Node-RED yet. I don't have it. So what's controlling it right now are its stock patterns. We had to use Chrome in order. minimize the Chrome window just as I'm talking about it. We had to use Chrome in order to use the online programmers, but I had to use this online programmer with all of the plugins in it and enable the plugin and get it to program. The ESP32, I don't really know how to do like over the air and stuff. I know you can treat it like an Arduino, but we didn't get like Arduino code that we can alter. And then the plugin that I want to play with soon is the MPU 6050, the IMU motion unit, but it's not very fleshed out. So I don't know what I'm going to do with that. First, we need to do a battery test. And so to do a battery test, I need to build the strip that's going to go in the dog collar. Oh yeah, this is my scale where I'm tracking my weight. I've been taking that Ozempic. And I've just started to lose weight, but my cardio scale, the Bluetooth low energy reporting scale that has the app where you can track it, they went out of business and they closed their servers. So I can't log into my freaking scale. Welcome to the future, kid. Where companies go out of business and you can no longer use your appliances. I hate it. I hate it here. So we were looking at that briefly. Anyway, so speaking of Bluetooth low energy appliances, I'm wondering if I want to do infrared on this and just build in as many features as I can. I could put an LDR, a light dependent resistor on this thing, so I can make it be brighter when, what happened to the old school scales? What, the one with the thing that spins? They probably still exist. You could probably still buy them. I bought the digital scale because specifically I wanted to track my weight over time and I didn't want to do any work. You know, I wanted to just sit around and plot myself on the scale and then open the app and go, oh, I gained weight, without thinking about it, because I don't measure my weight regularly. I do it at about a weekly basis. And so those long-term trends will show up on something that's charting my progress. I could write it down in a notebook, but it's not a nice, cool looking chart that I can just leaf through and go, oh, okay, I'm losing weight. So let's make a device that does this. Well, I can. Yeah, we could hack the Bluetooth low energy. That just happened to my thermostat. Google dropped it, and now it's a dumb thermostat. Yeah, my scale's now just a dumb scale. The only feature about the scale that still works digitally is that it puts a smiley face on itself, and then it winks at your penis when you stand on it. Because I'm sitting there standing over the scale naked, just presiding over the thing, right? I'm just like looking down at the thing like, and it puts this little smiley face on the screen and then winks at me. It winks at my winky. I'm like, pervert! Pervert scale. Speaking of batteries, I'm diving into making my own 18650 big boy cells. Solar panels are being put up and I'm diving into bulk power storage. For the headgear that I did that had a lot of LEDs on it, I used LifePos, but they were like this big. The batteries that are enclosed, not the flat type like we have here. This is like, where did it go? It's over here. This is really good for device design, but I have done a lot of battery pack engineering with my previous gig. Actually, previous gig, the tracking devices for the FBI. I was on that team and we were dabbling in little tiny miniature cell phone technology. And one of the things that I was doing was working with battery packs. So great, you're that guy. Not for 10 years. It's been a long time. That was the 2010s that I did that. No. It was a good gig. It was fun stuff. But battery packs. When you're making a battery pack, it's tempting to go with flat cells like this because they're good. Old gig, yeah. Old. That was centuries ago. Anyway, these are not as energy dense as I don't have any to show, as the round cells. The round cells are compacted a little bit. And so even though you've got like an array of round cells, that's going to make a denser energy pack than the flat ones. And the batteries love heat. If they're in the heat, they will output quite a bit of energy. If the scale is using an ESP32 chip, you might be able to put ESP Home OS on it. That would be interesting. Conducts bug sweep. Yeah, I know the down bad emote just continues to, it's like a record scratch whenever I see that down bad emote. We won the down bad emote from a hype train, and it's this, but like, if you know why the kids are saying down bad now and bricked up, then you'll know the context of why I don't think that should be an emote. I don't think that should be an emote. Yeah, I saw some crazy stuff in my tenure with tracking devices and stuff. I saw things that were able to look for singular transistors, unpowered singular transistors, like a metal detector, a device that worked like a metal detector that could do that. Crazy stuff. They, when implanting those things, those trackers, they go deep. You will not be able to find a properly planted tracking device on your vehicle. So if you're looking to do really nefarious stuff, you're going to need frequency sweeping equipment because, yeah, they're good at what they do. I can't imagine how Bother sees the world compared to the rest of us. It's just footage of a circus. All right, so why do I have this bottle? Why is there trash on my desk? What I'd like to do is use the PETG. Definitely a tinted lens. Are you being racist towards a diabetic because my retina are letting little bits of blood into my ocular fluid? There's a horrifying procedure that might have been done on me at one point if our drugs weren't so good. I've gotten injections directly into the eyeball in order to stop that stuff. Now that my glucose levels are like fully automated, they've been amazing and there's been nothing. I'm not in danger of anything like that. But I was about to be a blind diabetic in one eye. I would have had a red eye. And what they can do is they can plug in 2 tubes into your eye, and they can actually flush the fluid in your eyeball. Horrifying, absolutely horrifying stuff. It cringes me to the max and then I explode. You can build a scale with logging function using 4 of the Chinese 50 kilogram weight sensors. Excuse me. Wait, how much is 50 kilograms in a marrow units? You see, okay, that comment, that's 110 pounds. They would need to be like 55. My current weight is 270, 268. Yeah, 55 wouldn't even be enough. 80 kilograms. 176. 90 kilograms. Oh my God, 110 kilograms. Yeah, it would have to be 150 kilograms. Oh, that's 330. Wait a minute. 100's 220, so 120, 130. Yeah, 130 would be sort of the... I gotta stop looking at that. I was saying it because actually you're dividing it by 4 because you got 4 scales on there, right? You've seen some shit that most people would never see. Yeah, well, that's okay. Yeah, I know. I was making jokes. I'm just making jokes, guys. I know, like, the self-deprecating humor does not fall upon likened ears. My millennial self-deprecating humor is oftentimes, it seems like I'm actually sad about things. I'm a happy guy. I am just joking. I am just joking. Most everything I say on stream is insincere. We need to put a backing on this LED strip so that I can have 2 parallel strips, and we only need 1 foot of it. But the only bottles that I have, because I don't have bottles of soda around here because I'm trying to lose weight, is a PETG seltzer bottle. These are a little bit smaller, but these will do well. The comment that I got the other day, this one on YouTube, is like, do you see the interesting conversations that we are having in chat? It's been a good vehicle for me to like talk to you guys and be clever and actually interact with my audience. And then somebody comes in and goes, what are we working on? And I have to explain the whole thing again. That's why this happens. And I don't think YouTube explicitly understands streaming very well. Streaming is a hangout session that you guys can listen into later on as like a pseudo podcast, right? Yeah, it's well, okay. So I am live streaming to YouTube right now without the music. Do you guys hear music? I always hear music. There's no music going on right now, but the intro music is gone on YouTube for copyright purposes. But like, I am streaming to YouTube right now, the same exact stuff that I'm streaming to Twitch. Technically, I'm not allowed to put YouTube chat up. Doing it anyway, because it's a stupid rule and it deserves to be broken. But YouTube kind of feels like, and the YouTube algorithm pretty much treats my streams like they are technical sessions. So during this one, I was working on the bug assault that I bubbled up and put a bunch of accessories on so that it's like, it's got a handle and like actual tactical lights on it and stuff. And the bug assault is the thing that throws out a bunch of salt and it kills bugs that have wings. If you shoot a spider with it, a big spider like the size of a silver dollar, the big spider will just be mad at you, and it is a very bad idea, because I was like, haha, I'm gonna get this spider once and for all, and the spider was just like, what'd you just do? And I'm like, oh God, oh God, oh God, get out of there, get the real gun. But yeah, anyway, so the bug assault, I took it apart during that stream, and I guess that must have had a little bit of traction with the YouTube algorithm. And so people who thought that they were watching a tutorial were watching that stream. But I'm telling YouTube, don't you dare. It's actually against Twitch toss. Twitch wants Twitch to be more special, and they think it'll detract from the experience of streaming on Twitch if you run Twitch and YouTube. But again, only 3 people are watching my stream, so I could get 4 viewers. I could tell my mother what my stream handle is. She'd watch me. This comment needs to be laser burnt on some wood and then framed. I'll print it out with a dollar bill and say it's the first dollar I ever earned on Twitch. Why am I taking a scalpel to a bottle? We need some kind of a backing for this thing to stick to so that I can slide into here properly, and so that I can have the proper spacing on the LEDs, and so I know that they're facing outwards at all times. People asked me when I had that round headgear, which 215 Big John was there. He saw that headgear. That was when I lost all the weight too. I was on fire that night. Well, I could have literally been on fire that night if the life pose were not so nice to me. The life po and all the power supply stuff that I did. I could have made that Halloween costume in like 20 minutes. I still have it. It's sitting at the back of the shop and it still lights up. But that Halloween costume was really fun because I had a microphone in it as well. And I programmed one preset. I made a plasma thing that I turned into a giant matrix that referenced itself in order to get the RGB values of the LEDs. So as I got loud, that whole thing would light up. So I could get in people's faces and be like, am I loud, too loud, or too bright? wLED basically is all past projects now on a chip. It's nuts. This is on an ESP8266. We have all of our previous LED projects, the LED globe, the LED sphere that I put over my head. We could have made them in 20 minutes and had them be an appreciable light show. And then we could have spent another, day or two making it look nice. And it has DMX. What the hell? I feel completely usurped by wLED. I didn't know wLED was still going. Like I saw it many, many years ago. And then I forgot about it until Big John brought it up. With DMX, you can throw it over to a lighting guy and say, hey, here's 200 lights that you need to manage. Do you have a fend on the bottle? If you gave it back, you could... Oh, we don't do that in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania does not do the buyback for bottles. Otherwise, I'd be a billionaire. I would have project car money. I've been lamenting the fact, and by the way, teeth are very important, so you should definitely prioritize teeth, because tooth health, even though in America, for some reason, it's separate because of World War II, actually, we treat tooth health differently from everything else, but I have spent about the amount that Porsche 944 project would have been on my face. It sucks. And I got to go back next week and get 2 more filled in, and then I'm done for the next 5 months. And then I go in for a cleaning that shouldn't be a bloodbath, and they shouldn't have to use the ultrasonic thing, because I spent the past 10 years building up cavities, I think. That's okay. You can do that, Ben Gizmo. Thank you. We were going to look into that. I need the one button to do low energy, and then I need it to do, because it needs to do the deep sleep function, but then it also needs to do a pattern change. I thought that would be nice. I could add what is it? The infrared receiver in the body, and then have like one of those remotes do it. wLED is amazing. It does so many different things. It's really cool that this exists now as an artist. Actually, it's kind of not cool that it doesn't exist as an artist, because I will no longer get a paycheck for programming somebody's LED thing. I think I only almost made a paycheck off of that once, but it would have been kind of cool to be the LED guy that everybody goes to. Now it's just wLED. But this is what I really appreciate about the Arduino, as well as wLED filling kind of the same niche, is that it puts complicated tools in the hands of the artists, the people who are truly creative about this stuff. You can't always rely on engineers to be super duper creative about stuff. Engineering is by necessity, it is a creative endeavor, though. I think scissors might be the better way to do this. Whoa. 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 One time in grade school, a kid in my class, one of my peers, so intelligent, my peers, they had a pair of scissors and they were going, whoa, whoa, whoa. Like it was skillful for them to close the scissors and move their finger out of the way. And then I didn't pay attention to what the stupid kid was doing for a little while. And then all of a sudden I hear, whoa! And he runs out of class with blood on either side of his finger. It's just like, I swear, man. Humans are pack animals. Okay, so this is like not helping me. Usually you can stab something like this totally effectively. I don't want to distort it because we want to get a flat piece. There we go. So this is probably going to be pretty uneven. This will be just enough material to resist, to keep the LEDs facing outwards, basically. Yeah, I actually do have one of those chainmail gloves for like using super sharp knives, but this is more fun and dangerous. And if you'll notice, although we do hardcore engineering here, and we generally appreciate OSHA a little bit more than, for instance, Uo's lab, there has to be some overlap in our viewership, isn't there? He streams in a much more North America friendly time slot, which I should be doing. You know, I say time slot, but you can do whatever you want on Twitch. It's not like there's time slots. I based my hours on like what certain other streamers were doing, and doing a Euro-friendly stream means that during the day I get stuff done. One day, in the far-flung future, I will be able to stream at all hours, and maybe I will. But for right now, this is just working with my schedule. Anyway, so Uo's lab, absolutely not even a hint of OSHA going on there, right? OSHA regulations are written in blood, but for popularity, for streaming, to keep things exciting, to keep things fun, I don't necessarily adhere to all the safety things that I should. I have a chainmail glove. I could put one on, but as a French viewer, your hours are perfect for me. Yeah, there's been a couple outspoken French viewers, and you guys are awesome. I don't know what the maker scene is like in France, but I've seen some cool projects. I've seen some amazing art. I mean, that's just like normal. But in terms of like electronics projects, every now and then you come across something coming out of France, and it's like, that is cool. Anyway, if you guys see me violating OSHA, it's not for lack of knowledge as to why I should be doing stuff. Making a bong. Well, not anymore. No, we'll make a gravity bong later, some other time. Now, wait a minute, is that against toss? I mean, this thing was already a perfectly good gravity bong if I left the other side on it. I'm always fascinated by those pieces that are like 75 different chambers that have like water in it and stuff. What exactly is that doing to the smoke you're inhaling? You can only clean it so much before you get rid of the good stuff. Ugh, that was rough. That was a rough one. I was not exactly a lathe on that one. Okay, so what we're going to try to do is get a strip of a 1 foot strip of material out of this thing. I think we'll sever it on one side of the label, because there's a little bit of it that goes all the way back to the all the way back to this guy. So we need to sink this, and then we need it to come out a little bit, and then 1 foot. Have you seen those videos? They actually have like a little distance shaver where you could put this thing in and spiral cut it all the way to the bottom so that you can make thin strips. And then you either extrude those thin strips or you turn them into filament and then extrude that. 24 hours of bother, way too dank. My ass would hurt too much after that stream. What does that even mean? Wait a minute. You're insinuating things. Welcome to my arts and crafts stream. I really should do this with the ruler. We're just going to wing it. I'm not even sure this thing will be able to produce a 1 foot strip. I saw someone try that. They made a lumpy mess. I saw somebody try it and succeed. They were able to actually print using PETG. That was directly from soda bottles. Pretty crazy. All right, so this is going to continually try to curl up. So I think what I need to do is hit this with some heat. And just so I don't burn out my whole desk, I happen to have my backup 3D printer glass sitting right here. Oh, or just the side case for the NXZT case. Ew, what is that crap on it? Yeah, that'll do. That'll protect things enough that I can try to flatten this piece, and then we'll see if we can cut a 1 foot thing out of it. The budget for project stuff is getting tight. Welcome to my stream. I make several $100s a month off of it, and that's it. Flipping burgers would be, I would live like a king if I was flipping burgers. I hope you guys appreciate that. This is made from pee-pee. Can I show it on, oh my God. This is made out of pee-pee. I could have gotten 5 cents a bottle for this shit, just not in my state. Yeah. Hi, Ma, Emmy, New York, and VT. I don't think it says the plastic on that bit. Yeah, on the base. Where did I throw the base? Did I throw the base? I threw the base. The base is gone. Luckily, I have other bottles that I've crushed. I crushed these because I'm superior. They're really made out of pee-pee, huh? Like I don't know what I'm talking about. Read from sheet. Oh, that's not a G. I think that's an E. It looked like PETG from one angle. Is it PTFE? That might be an F. Yeah, I think it's no PE. PE. E. Poopy line. PD. Yeah, it might be PET E. I don't know what kind of plastic that is. So PET was partially right. That's how it always happens. Somebody said something and then I go, ha, you're dumb and I'm smart. And I actually said, or it actually is this. And then I'm like, wait a minute. No, you were right. I'm dumb. It's a PP bottle made of PETEP. PPP. All right, so hot air gun. Hot air gun. This project does not have to take 5 sessions of 4 hours of work, but I am here to hang out, and we are here to shoot the shit and talk about and argue about what kind of plastic the bottle's made out of, because that's fun, and I could quietly do the project, not talk to you guys, just do stuff, just get it done, because that's how it happens when I work on a project privately. You know, it gets done pretty quickly. I've never heard of PETE. Google says that PET and PD are the same thing. I see. See, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I will always push back against the knowledge the chat brings in and go, you're dumb, and then and then I'm dumb. It's just how it happens. The G is for glycol, just to make it better printable. But this wasn't printed, this is formed. PETG and PET are different slightly. PETG. See, my 3D printer plastic is PETG. So is this stuff going to deform? Oh yeah, yes it is going to deform with heat. Holy shit. It already started. I barely even applied any heat to it and it already started to deform. I wonder if I need to squish it between two pieces of glass, in which case I have another piece of glass. Wow, I could, yeah, if we can iron this between two pieces, at least you don't have to deal with rust. I have to deal with rust with my car. That's one of the big things that I got to deal with. It is not something that I'm looking forward to. What is this? No, this is just a sheet from a scanner that we glued a piece of sandpaper to. Okay. Why do we have this? Hold on. Water bottles are heated up and blown into a mold. They actually start as a blank, and the blank, all the shit that Bother knows. I know too much, chat. I know too much. I got old bones, and I know way too much about too many weird things. Soda bottles start as a blank. They start as a little, what do you call it? It's like a plug with the cap on the top, and it's just this little like test tube looking thing, right? Of slightly too thick plastic. And I bring that up because in brewing, what they have is a, you put a bunch of stuff like electronics into that little soda bottle blank, because you can buy them, they're cheap. You buy the little soda bottle, blah, 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 and you put a bunch of electronics in it. And what the Germans, I believe, the people who made it were Germans, they have basically an alcohol sensor using the tilt of that bottle. So you put it in the carboy where the yeast is eating all of the sugar that you've brewed and turning it into alcohol, and you float this little thing in there, and as the liquid mixture skews towards being more alcoholic, it'll tilt, I believe, less because the alcohol is lighter and it floats better off of it, or maybe it's the opposite way around, but it's using gravity through an accelerometer in order to make a hydrometer. Yeah. And so the old brewing system that I have that I should have upgraded long since, it's the thing that runs my refrigerator down here, which I haven't had plugged in a long time. You were able to coordinate the thermometer, so you'd have the thermometer going into your brew, and then you would have one of these floating hydrometers so that you can track the yeast during its life cycle and keep the exact right temperatures. So you could do lagers. So you could brew a lager because that requires the yeast needs slightly cooler environment for that, and you could just pump them out. It's like super easy. You just throw the stuff in there, you start the thing on the little web page of the thing, and then you've got all of your tracking and temperature management stuff just handled for brewing. It was awesome. One day, and it'll be a sad series of events. One day I'll have space where I can do this kind of crap, where I can have the permanent setup brewing stuff. We have done brews with my indoor electric brewing system on stream before, but also we've done brews with my indoor brewing electric system, which requires boiling for multiple hours. And so my milling machine rusted over after one of those. So I'm not going to do one of those anymore. I'm going to leave a log. Okay, hold on. Yeah, so if I do hack that scale, I can maybe make it sign into Wi-Fi and log my weight on Node-RED, and I could have a chart that I can pull up on camera. But Bother, you wouldn't want to pull up a chart of your weight on camera. That's like personal information about you, like your health, that you wouldn't want people just to be able to access. That's my glucose level right now. Hey, General's chicken didn't actually have that strong of an effect. This is one thing about my losing weight. I'm starting to become a little bit more. What happened there? What did I do? What is this? Like, I must have fought something. Maybe I. Anyway, this is actually becoming more sensitive. The General's chicken is an incredibly sugary meal. You're getting way more just pure sugar than you are protein in that, right? And I knew I wasn't supposed to eat it, but I did. And I told it that I was eating 40 grams of carbohydrates worth of General's chicken. And that was probably a low ball on the amount of carbs that I was actually receiving. But that's the effect. That is really good. This is really good compared to what it used to be like. You can see the 40 carbs are right there with the 20 units of insulin that I manually injected so that I didn't rob my pump of insulin. People share their Strava on exercise. Yeah, exercise things all the time. Yeah, it would actually be nice if this would what do you call it, have my weight information in there. That would be awesome. You're probably 290 pounds. You're close, actually. I was 280 pounds, but now I am 268 pounds. And I would like to log that, and I can probably do it with Node-RED. I'm going to heat this up. No, but this isn't just glass. What are you basing your guess off of, Haystack? And then I can determine whether or not it's mean. Does it store previous? Yes, it does. I don't know how I'd be able to get those previous. Load cells in your shoes? No. That's not necessary. Here, let's do this on the glass portion like that. This should be the underlayer so we can see what's going on. You know, he's guessed my weight out of nothing. What's that about? So I'm going to have to heat up the glass to the point where it deforms the plastic and leaves it flat, because I don't have anything that's made out of flat plastic that's thick enough or thin enough for the application that I want. We're trying to flatten this piece so that I can use it as a backing for the... Hold only the side of the PET plastic down, not the whole glass surface. No. This is tempered. Wait, this is tempered. Is it going to explode? Doesn't this just shrink a lot when you heat it? I think with a very mild heat, I'll be able to flatten it. I'm just trying stuff. We're just very mild. Oh boy. Is it gonna... If this thing blows up, I'm not gonna be happy. A toilet that measures your weight, but your feet are on the ground. Your feet are on the ground. You'd have to have a plate in front of the toilet. Explode, think of the views. This does not work. You're just making me want to make it work. Is it oven glass? This is the side of an NXZT case. And then I have a 3D printer bed where the glass was damaged. There. Big block of metal. Just like that. And then I squish it and heat it. Where's the will it explode prediction? We should have more of those. The problem is, whenever something exciting happens on the stream and it ends up being clip-worthy, I always have like really embarrassing stuff in view. You know, like it would help if I could move my shop somewhere else, a larger place where I could have an open work surface. Side of computer case can explode. What, under uneven heating? I'm not really heating it as much as you guys would think. Yeah, I'm actually using the thermal camera shot right now. Let me help you with a bit of light. The ideal light, ever present. This deforms so easily with a little tiny bit of heat. I'm wondering if I heat it like this, just a little tiny bit of heat from the glass plate would be enough to kind of squish it flat. And I know it's insulating. The other side is not going to be as hot, but I'm already seeing it distort a little bit. It just moved. This is all just balancing on a thing that's offsetting it from the table surface. Yeah, like that's warm. That's kind of what I wanted. I want it warm, bordering hot. It's a computer side panel. It'll be fine unless you have it on the floor. I don't have tile floors in here, but this was in a stack of a bunch of other glass too. But I think it's not totally dangerous to be heating tempered glass like this, right? I don't want it to be hot. I want it to be like borderline. And unless I take the piece of metal and slam it down on the top, I don't think it'll break. Could you use a 3D print bed? That's what I have right here. I think I have another old 3D print bed stashed away over there, but I'm too lazy to get it. And this is the first piece of glass that I put my hands on. And then I also have like the glass pane from a scanner, from an HP scanner. That one would be not tempered, but I would rather use 2 3D print beds. Throw a dart at the corner. Oh God, no. No, it's, what was the video? Spark plug floor. Spark plug window. Crash. Because if you break the ceramic on a spark plug, it can make some really sharp edges. And if you throw that at a piece of tempered car glass, it will just delete the window. The window just deletes and turns into a bunch of glass squares that fall over whoever's sitting in the seat with very minimal effort. Yeah, Ninja Rocks. You don't want to mess around with those. Don't break your spark plugs and get them anywhere near your car's glass. Just don't do it. Two big bricks in an oven. Tungsten CNC bits do that? Oh, I can't imagine. You come back to the machine and your $40 end mill is toast and all the glass is like deleted. Overheating. Although tempered glass can withstand temperatures of up to about 500 degrees Fahrenheit, 270 degrees Celsius, exceeding its limit can cause it to lose structural integrity or even melt and warp. Okay, melt and warp is not as scary as me being covered in glass. So I really don't want to be covered in glass today. It's possible that I need something to sit on the top of this thing that's heavy to just kind of force the issue. Because I really am just trying to subtly insinuate to the bottle that it should be flat. I don't know. You guys think this will work? It seems like it's kind of doing something. Glass melting 270C seems very low. We're talking tempered glass, though. My grandma once tried to get ice off her windshield by throwing boiling water on it. Oof, that is not a good call. Even regular, like just water, cold water is not a great idea. Some people put gasoline on their windshields, and others do blue coolant, which is terrible to do. Not a good idea. One time I got so annoyed coming back from college, I came back to my car and it was an icicle, and I was trying to scrape it, nothing was happening, and I got annoyed and just went like that, and I cracked the shit out of my windshield. I was like, oh, come on. It was a dumb thing. I wasn't thinking properly. Please flatten. I really need this as a substrate to put LEDs on. Otherwise, I'm going to have to go looking for other pieces, like random plastic that I might have in the shop. I don't keep stuff on the level of thickness of what I'm looking for. I feel like a diagonal strip would get us to the 1 foot distance that we need for the dog collar. My flattening procedure, I don't think, is really working all that well. Ouchies. 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 Owie, owie, owie. Hot glass. Hot glass. Hot glass. Why are we naming chemicals? What's going on there? Oh no, everything's showing up. Yeah, never mind. Hot glass. We got hot glass. I'm worried about the temperature gradient shattering the glass. Oh, calcium chloride for melting on a windshield. Yeah, please give me a little My brain had moved on. I was 7 subjects beyond. Get you hot glass. We got hot glass. We got cold glass. Whatever you want. Get it here. This heat gun is more powerful than I give it credit for. I ordered this as sort of the cheapo heat gun. I said, you know what? I'm sick of burning shrink wrap. So I'm going to get a proper heat gun. This has been one of the best tools that I've ever bought. I bought it for $35. I think it was on Amazon. It is a copy of a more successful heat gun that could cost you $70 to like $200 for just for a heat gun. I know that these are like battery powered now. You can buy all this stuff battery powered and like DeWalt colored. But this thing has been amazing. Being able to just create non-flammable heat in the shop. Can use hot air set low as a heat gun. What do you mean this is a heat gun? It's also a thermal flashlight. So if I want to like see something with thermals, just light it up a little bit. Oh, look at that. I have a DeWalt one. It makes all the lights in the house flicker. Yeah, it's like a rudimentary heating element with a really crappy fan on it. My friend sourced a German heat gun that does exactly what this thing does. My Wagner heat gun, it does exactly what the expensive one. He spent like $170 on it. He says, I bought the right heat. I buy tools so they'll last. I'm like, bro, I bought a $35 heat gun and it still works perfectly. It's full of dust. I can smell it. The Ryobi battery-powered heat gun is not that great. The 20-volt batteries can really, they fuck. Like, they can do a lot. Something like this is just like, you know, this will practically show up in the electricity bill. So I don't doubt that they can be a little bit lacking. I have the Harbor Freight one. It works decent. That's the kind of thing that you buy from Hazard Freight. You buy that from Hazard Freight, you know it's gonna break. The other thing that you buy from Harbor Freight are tools where your life depends on them, because Harbor Freight will actually build it so that it doesn't kill you, so they don't get sued. So two categories of tools: things that you know are gonna break, and things that would kill you if they did. Harbor Freight Warrior, $10. It'll cook your cookie. That'll cook your cookie. That thing right there, yes sir. Is this too hot for me to pick up? I don't think this worked, and I'm not going to push the envelope on it. It did not work. That didn't work. It seemed like it worked. It sort of looked like it worked. It hinted at working. The rumors were that it worked, but it did not, in fact, work. Where am I going to put this stupid tempered piece of glass? I don't know how to get rid of it. I don't know where to put it. I'm going to put it over here to cool off. Put it on all of these jagged edges. Oh boy. Please don't encounter an object that is harder than you. Let me just put this down on my tile floor. Low temperature iron. We're still going to try this. I think I'm just going to try it directly onto the plastic. A clothes iron? I don't have a clothes iron that I can use down here. It's all the way upstairs and I'm not going to go get it. Actually, clothes iron onto plastic would be kind of a bad idea. Yeah, see how easily that started to really distort. How else can I do this, though? Like, if I could heat up the block, and that would put pressure down on this, and like flatten it. Use cloth to buffer it. Yeah, I guess so. I just don't want it to like stick. What? Whoa. Oh, that's the adhesive. That's the adhesive for the label. This is always going to be too cool, though. Stretch it. You guys are asking a lot of your streamer. You guys are asking a lot of your streamer. I have a roller. I don't think I can get the roller warm enough, though. Rub it really fast. That's what I was trying to do, is like pinch it between two pieces of glass and then heat it up. 275 for 15 minutes. I do have a toaster oven down here, but I don't think I'm going to use it. All right. Oh, what's the alternative to this? We got to think outside of just this. I need a flat sheet that I can stick the LEDs to that will also flex because it's going into the dog collar. That's why soda bottle plastic was so alluring. Well, when I was just heating it normally, it took on this bend, which I was a little concerned about. That's why I kind of like, oh well, because as soon as this thing sees heat, it's gonna go and just crumple up. Clear packing tape, perhaps. Layers of Captain. Maybe you don't even need to flatten it. Well, it needs to be a foot. And this isn't going to do it. Actually, will it do it in any dimension? Corner to corner, it would almost make the length of the dog thing. Which, you know, if we stick it to the other end of this, that would be okay. I wanted it to be flatter than the soda bottle. But, yeah, I want it to be kind of flat because it needs to... Well, if we take it on the other direction, and it is this cross cut. Yeah, look, I'm not going to order it off of AliExpress. What are you guys on about? I think the dog collar is going to end up being like all crinkly because of the plastic. So maybe I need to find something else that we can stick this LED strip to. Seemed like a good idea, and maybe I could make it work. Well, actually, I could turn the 3D printer. Wait a minute. Go turn on my 3D printer. Wait a second. I've got better tools for this. We can make this work. Hold on a second. So we were PET. We're PET. PETE bed temperature. Not PETG. Everything's going to be PETG, huh? I don't think people are printing PETE. Well, I could just set it to my normal 90-degree bed temp. Oh, let's turn this thing on. Move the bed out. Oh, I got to clean the bed off. Hold on a sec. This had an encounter with neglect. Actually, I'll just do Windex and a paper towel. Windex and a paper towel, and then I'm going to heat my bed to printing temperature for PETG. And then I can place the soda bottle plastic down on it. Hopefully, it'll stick. And I've got a roller if I need it. It's actually right here. And then I can cool down the bed, and it'll pop off. Maybe. We'll see. This is disgusting. Wow. I have not been printing anything lately. This thing has just sat sort of close to the window. Absolutely the worst place for a 3D printer, but you get what you get in this shop. Yeah, I would love to have a different location with a little bit more space, and that way we could dedicate spaces to some of this stuff, and I could have a bit of a cleaner look to everything. Because then, you know, you get just the shot of your project, and it would be less sort of visual filth. The visual filth is very much a feature of the shop, though. It's something that I don't necessarily want to correct. What are you guys saying? You guys are full of ideas. Plastic sleeve and a piece of paper. Yeah, I mean, a piece of cardboard would work too, because I'm going to be shrink wrapping it in the end to make it a little bit waterproof, so that if my dog gets into a puddle scenario with the LED collar on, yeah, the flat side of a milk jug, perhaps. You've been making grilled cheeses on it, haven't you? You will never learn my secret. Octo, 192, what is the Octoprint? I heat up plain AU chocolat on mine. You Brits in your tea time. Let's see, this one's Chrome. Wait, Chrome should have Octoprint on it. Huh. What is the URL? Of my Octoprint. Octopi local. Damn it. Hold on, wait, maybe Chrome has it. Damn it. Yeah, Node-RED, router, Social Stream Blade, Twitch, and wLED are the ones that are primarily remembers. All right, so I need to go into this without you guys. Whoa, it auto-logged on. How did that work? Maybe I have it open in another window. Weird. Let's see. So our client list, and then we're going to look for Octopi local. '119. I do not know what port, but I think we'll just get to a default. What? Stupid small keyboard. Hot glue? What, like throw down some 11s of hot glue and then peel them up? That might actually work. Yeah, I guess I could do a layer of PETG. It doesn't need to be transparent. It could be whatever's in the printer. So I could just make a 1 foot, 1 millimeter square rectangle piece. That's a pretty good idea. I might actually do that if I can get into, what is the port for Octopi? Oh, you know what? Maybe I need to repower that Raspberry Pi. It's been running that. Well, no, it says it's in there. So what's the Octoprint? Octopi port. Ugh. Hate it when I don't get a straight answer. Is it 5,000? Double check that it's 119. I'm wondering if I overdid it with insulin, if I'm going to go low. Oh, did I close that entire window? Yes, I did. All right, 192.168.2.1. Somehow already logged in, which is a little concerning. View the list. Octopi 119. So that is the URL. So what do I have to log into for Octopi local? Wait, the first Reddit thread I think was the one that you don't even have to type things correctly anymore. Allow Google to use your location. No. Why did you need it for that? Wrong one. This one. Octopi.local. Go away. Oh my God. Oh, now it's going to ask, it's going to be like, hey, do you want to log in using these emails? Oh no, you know what? I don't have the emails on here, so that's actually fine. Okay, yeah, I just forget what the default is. I have the IP of Clipper saved in Firefox. Yeah, I'm using an Octopi that is used with Clipper. It's like got Clipper integrated into it. What the hell? What the hell's the local? I forget what the URL is. It would typically fill itself out in Chrome. I don't know why Chrome forgot about it. Here we go. 2.119. Yeah, see, it doesn't have it anymore. Why did it forget about Octopi? It's been a long while since I printed, I guess. There's no default. It gets whatever IP your router assigns. Okay, so that means that we had a problem. We had the problem. Let me go reset the whole thing. We built that control box to have the Raspberry Pi in it, powered at all times, off of its own little Raspberry Pi power supply. Ooh, that rhymes. And I got a switch in the back that I can hit to depower and repower it. Where's that switch? I'm gonna like electrocute myself on the back. Here we go. Off. Back on. Okay, so now the Raspberry Pi just needs to go through its stuff. It probably ran into like a memory issue or something and was like, and then died. Oh, it is just HTTP Octopi local? That's what It's booting up still, so HTTP electric bunghole. I've only got the one printer, so soon. I don't think it'll be. I think we're We're not going to use mainsail or Octopi, but we are going to Clipper burn the subs. Burn the subs will be using Clipper in order to do the predictive stuff that it needs to do on the Raspberry Pi 5. Yeah, didn't your viewers name it Noodle Pooper? Let's try again. It's had a minute to power up. Probably has to get through a lot before it actually hosts. Yeah, there it is. What did I... Oh my God, can you shut up, Firefox? Don't do that. This connection's not secure. Please shut up. And then it wants to... Never save. Don't save anything and turn off this pop-up. Oh my God, I hate you so much right now. There was a period of time where I forgot what my Octopi login was, and it took me a long time to figure out. And I had to realize that I did this all on stream, so I used different credentials than I normally would. There's a bunch of updates. All right, just do it. Proceed. It's a bullshit login and password. It should be more bullshit. It should be like 123, but it's not. That reminds me, the Furman Tracker fridge. I don't remember the credentials for that. I may have them written down, but I guess I'm probably going to be reflashing that whole project at some point. Oh boy, here we go. Updating in Linux. Name a tighter pair. All right, so I don't need the router page open anymore, and we're going to get into this in just a moment. I'm going to heat up the bed to PETG temps and then place this down on the bed and see if that does anything. And when it doesn't, we'll try to, maybe I'll print out a 1 millimeter, like 1 by 6 millimeter strip out of PETG, and then that'll just slide into this thing. I think that's probably the best that I just printed on PETG. 1 or 2 layers, so maybe, well, 1 millimeter is going to be 3 layers, and 3 layers should be relatively flexible. 1 millimeter is too thick, though. I think maybe 2 layers is probably the sweet spot. So we're waiting for this thing to update, and then we'll print out our 1 foot square. Printing it out of clear would probably be good, or white, because if it's black, like the color, I have black in the printer right now, it might be a little bit dark, but we'll just start with that. I think that's probably the best idea. I can't believe I didn't think of that. That's why I keep you guys around. Why I don't lock you guys in the closet while I'm working on projects. Because you guys, sometimes you have good ideas. 0.6. 0.6, I think, is because of 2 layers of PETG. If it's 1 layer, then it's just a bunch of squiggles and it doesn't necessarily stick to itself. It should squish out a little bit, but if I do 2 layers, it'll be enough. Where's the TPU filament you ordered? I think I lost it. I don't know where it is. Yeah. 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 There you go. Not the best view of the printer, but it's a view of the printer. Let me move this drill. There's stuff on every surface in here, and it is humiliating, frankly. But I can't get my shit together and just organize. When you get a dog cam, you can send us away with the dog. I was wondering what the latency on the ESP32 is, if you can do video in that manner. If I could put a camera in the dog collar with all the LEDs. How about a bead of clear silicon caulk? No, no. I mean, yeah, that would make like a substrate, but it would be too fragile, and I'd have to wait for it to actually. Oh God, we're file checking plugin. We're doing a bunch of updates because I haven't booted the printer in a long time. No, with two little pieces of PET, two layers of PETG, I can make a backing for the LEDs that is exactly what I'm looking for. Now, will it be flexible? Yeah, it'll be flexible because it's two layers of PETG. Did you buy or build? Originally, what happened was my chat was going to purchase a printer for me because this was back in 2019. I hated printers. Actually, 2018, 17, 16, 16-ish. Basically, what happened was I was going to be bought a printer, so they started a Discord channel, and that eventually was handed over to me, but the Discord channel was supposed to organize people so that they could coordinate buying something as expensive as a printer, because I hated printers. I mean, we can't even print stuff in 2D reliably enough, right? So then a friend of mine was going to give me an old wooden 3D printer that he was getting rid of, a friend who, you know, had all kinds of expensive toys, and said, hey, why don't we just meet up? I could give you this printer. So the Discord was like, oh no, he's just going to get a printer. So instead, they bought me the hot air station and a couple of other doodads that I don't really use anymore. But the hot air station was really cool. That was an amazing buy because now I can do all kinds of complicated things with electronics. So instead of getting me a 3D printer, I didn't get anything. And so I just went online and I said, look, I'm going to spend like $400 on this. It's going to be painful. I'm going to get a 3D printer, and then I can talk smack about 3D printing to my heart's content, to my evil little heart's content. So I bought a CR10S, and the CR10S came in the mail. That was the first time I ever got rated by Roboz when we were testing out that printer. It was literally 2 bolts you put together, and then you can run the cool waving dog project in the file using the spool that they give you, and it's not enough plastic to print the entire dog. Roboz rated, I had 1,000 people that I had to entertain, and they said, turn the speed up, turn the speed up, and I turned the speed up, and I turned the speed up, and I turned the speed up, and then the dog broke off of the glass and the print failed. That was cool, but that was my first foray into 3D printing. Since then, this entire goddamn printer has been reinvented so many times. All that remains of the CR10S is the frame rails. I have upgraded it to have linear bearings. I have a direct drive Hymeria print head. It has BL Touch. It's got Noctua fans. I have completely revamped the control board at the bottom there. The stepper motors are still the same ones, but that's about it. There's been a lot of like series of upgrades to this thing to make it into an appliance, because what I do, you guys didn't see it today, but what I do is I spritz Windex on the print bed and I wipe it with a paper towel, and then it's ready for the next round of printing. So if I let the bed cool, the PETG print will just pop off of that surface. That is a partially exposed piece of glass. The other part of it is, I believe, some kind of like a Teflon. On the opposite, I've always wanted a 3D printer specifically as an educational toy for tinkering. You can print out a lot of really cool educational toys from Thingiverse. There's a lot of really cool stuff on there. I don't care if it's reliable or not. I got it in 2017. Yeah, I mean, nowadays you can buy the Bamboo Labs thing, although hopefully they're not, man, I'm going to keep going hypoglycemic, aren't I? I think I overdid it with insulin. But you can just buy the Bamboo Labs thing, and assuming that they don't lock you out of it, you probably need to print out like a real respooler so that you can use other plastics on it. But they've pretty much made it like a Control P kind of setup. There is a really good video about 3D printing that Super Fast Matt did, which pretty much is in line with how I think of 3D printing. Insecure. Bought a Bamboo and a Mini instead of buying a 2D printer. Yeah. Your Python version is past the end of life. Son of a bitch. Okay, I'll do this some other time. Really, all I would need to do is set the bed, so we need to connect to Clipper. Feck! It's like my printer ID is a Scotsman cursing. Feck it! D. Oh no, the printer is being educational. Oh wait, what are you talking about? The printer being an educational toy, developing the firmware. Oh, I see. That's crazy. that's a little higher level than what I would ever do. All right, so we're connected. It's 27 degrees in here, 22 degrees in here. We set the bed to be, I want to say 90. Usually it's much higher than this though. We'll set it to 90. And I have a 120 volt bed on a solid state relay. So that'll get up the temperature pretty quick. Wood frame DIY that's been rebuilt. Cool. You know, chasing the nines on my printer has been a tough thing. Nowadays, I can hit print, and the thing that I designed in Fusion 360 will actually be, you know, pooped out by the nozzle. That's kind of a good place to be. My channel it kind of flirts with popularity. It would be possible, sitting in my stream email, that I could get contacted by one of these companies and they could say, hey, we want to sponsor you to have a printer so that people see you using it. You know, that's all it is just eyes on. Same thing with 3D Connection. The reason I've got this wonderfully expensive and featureful CAD mouse that I think is a little bit overdoing it, but it's okay. It's got a nice feel to it. The reason that I have this is because 3D Connection sent me it. They just want eyes on product. They say, you don't have to do anything. You don't have to review it. We just want to give you it. So it's pretty cool. It's a good mouse. I don't think I'd justify the cost. It's also a 3-button mouse, and I'm not used to using 3-button mouses, but it makes me feel like I'm using an old school computer. Okay, so we're almost up to temperature. By the time I'm done walking over to the printer, it'll probably be up to temp. So let's try this crazy, stupid idea. All I'm trying to do is flatten this thing out so that it sits in that little pocket better. And when this doesn't work, we'll just quickly design a little plate to go in there. And I don't even think we need to open up Fusion to design a flat plate. And get the roller. I happen to have a rubber roller. I don't know. I don't think 90 is hot enough. Although the heat's not really getting into it too, so it is a little bit actually. I think this might actually be working. Making a lot of noise. Oh, there's 2 little pads on it. Maybe I can a little stick figure to stand on it. Yeah, it's not sticking. I mean, this isn't strictly PETG too, so it could have slightly different properties, but this much heat is like a PLA temperature. So mostly I'm just crushing the plastic against it. Put some heavy blocks on it. You overestimate the blocks that I've got. Don't be fooled by the blocks I got. What can I do? I can do the printer sheet that we were using last time, and then put the big block of metal on top of it. Although the clips are the same size as the print beds, so I don't think this will really work. That's not going to work at all. The clips on the end of the printer, this is the size of my print bed, so that doesn't really help. I need a smaller piece of glass that I don't think I have. How about a piece of metal? Cha-ching. It's got a stupid pattern on it, but we'll just try it. Fetch data from the guys who recycle bottles into filament. They use 260C on the hot end, 85C on the bed. I've got the bed set for 90. Yeah, mini PC coming in handy, even though it's got a pattern on it. All I want is it to be flat, so there. This is me not asking the thing to lay flat anymore. I'm telling it to lay flat. Get out the George Foreman. Look at the fat slide off. Need more books? You can't freaking please everybody. Everybody asking me to do shit. Do my shit. Don't do his shit. Do this shit. Do that shit. You gotta do shit, brother. You gotta put a 15-pound fucking weight on top of the fucking thing. People can't please all these fuckers. There, it's 15 pounds, little man. Put that shit in my hand. If you don't got the dough, then you owe me, oh. Oh. Jungle love. 120. Go. Is that a panel from a Thermaltake core? I don't remember. It was a mini ITX PC case that I had a long time ago. It might have been Thermaltake, yeah. Man, you guys are nerds. I just got here. What's going on? I don't know anymore. I don't know. I've lost the narrative. Really, what I've been trying to do is make a strip of plastic that is a foot long and probably 5 millimeters wide, because I need to mount the LEDs to that because they're adhesive. So soda bottle plastic was the suggestion, and I happen to have a seltzer bottle that's a little bit smaller, but if I do a diagonal cut, it will make the piece that I need. It would be bent though, although that's not necessarily a bad thing, but since we are smart, we have things that make us go. We know 3D printing. So the 3D printing stuff that I have, well, it's an unfortunate bit of kit that gives us slightly better functionality for some tasks that'll lead us in a direction where everything fails. We have means to transfer heat into a piece of plastic. And so what I'm doing is heating my print bed to a deformation temperature of the soda bottle. The soda bottle is PETE. People do print using soda bottle. You can get tools that will slice it spirally and create a filament out of that directly from soda bottles. Pretty cool, actually, and really should be something that I do because we live in a state where we don't get a refund on our plastics. We just recycle it. I could just take soda bottles and print all the stuff that I would need. Probably a little bit inconsistently, but what's happening here? What happened? Did it shut it down? It got real cool real fast. Worryingly fast. How did it cool down that much that quickly? Clipper state shut down. Oh no! 120 I think is a runaway temperature for the bed. That's right, the replicator. I remember it somewhat. I need a laser? Nah. Oh, we just triggered the thermal runaway protection. Well, that's fine. We'll let it cool down gradually from this temperature, and hopefully the heat has gotten into the plastic. Flamethrower. If I get too much heat anywhere near this stuff, it's going to completely deform. That's why we're doing this. But the alternative is that we just design a rectangle, and I just print out a rectangle, and that'll take all of 10 minutes for me to do. I just need to open up my slicer, which is well out of date, and I can throw down a geometric shape on the bed. We'll just do that. And I'll just go with my default settings on everything. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to let that cool, and let's open up, oh, it's on the desktop. That's right, Clipper. It's been a while since I've done 3D printing. I only have enough, oh, Super Slicer, that's what it was. I only have enough brain space for one procedure or two procedures. And so recently I had to learn how to program the wLED stuff, and that pushed 3D printing out of my brain. It made me unsmart. It's going to say, Super Slicer is incredibly out of date. My God, what have you done? It's almost like you haven't booted anything printery in a month. Oh, no, I guess it's okay. Okay, so let's let us add a shape to this thing. Well, it's not right click. Shift right click. Add a box. Yes, hello. It is me, Cube. So how do I do this? I guess I take the scale factor. It's 310 by 310. And so in order to, oh, that's position in XYZ. I could do object coordinates, but then how do I make it? You know what? Screw this. Delete. Just go to, Fusion's already open. I can just do stupid thing and just make a sketch on the surface, throw down a box, and the box I can even put in inches. So 12 by, no, 12 inches. 12 inch by, I think it's 6 millimeters. Let's double check that size, just so I'm not caught out in the breeze. You're like a Pokemon. You can only learn 4 skills at the same time. It feels like that some days. Some days it really does feel like that. 6.8. So we're gonna do 6 millimeters because I think that'll fit in. 6 millimeter. Maybe it should be 5. Now we'll do 6 and just see how that does. We'll do 6. Boop. Finish the sketch. Extrude this thing by 0.6. 2 layers. It didn't. 0.6. Done. All right. So now we go to the body. Very complicated. Very, very complicated. And we're going to save as mesh. We're going to leave the settings alone. You can't see the window. It's behind stuff, but it's right there in the corner. I literally just click OK on it. It's going to output a 3MF, a 3mofo file. And that's going into users will bother desktop temp prints, save. I could have rounded those edges. It's fine. Actually, yeah, let's do that. I'm going to round the edges before we output it. We're going to put fillets on the edges. It'll make it easier to fit into the thing. And actually, 12 inches is the size of the thing. Maybe I should make it a little longer than that. Let me see if I can get an idea. Damn it, I clicked on the wrong thing. Hold Control, click, there we go. And 5. Too far. 3. Oh, 3, 2, 1 millimeter. That'll be fine. Maybe 2. No, we'll want it to be a little bit more definitive on that, because I'm going to be fitting a square thing to it. Did you do that in the sketch? Yeah. So go back to the sketch, and instead of 304.8, we're going to see how far this needs to be to go all the way back to the control box. So, well, let's go back to here. Control box goes in here. And so on top of our 12 inch or 1 foot. Actually, is it 1 foot? Yeah, 1 to 12. It's a little longer than that though. So let's do it directly in millimeter. That gets us inside. So 300 is the size. My printer is not much larger than this. So 300 is the size of my printer. I would have to print it diagonally if I wanted to do the full. I guess we'll go to 300. 300 gets us into the control box. So make that. Wait, this is 304.8. Oh, I'm not measuring from 0. Oh, this is actually 11.5 inches. This is getting into like PP measurement specs. Well, 300 gets me into the control box, so this actually goes down from 304. There we go. So finish that. I mean, we could have cut this shorter. We could have just cut the plastic. And that should only be 2 layers, so let's try it. Save as mesh, click OK. Save, go to the slicer, go to my temp prints folder on the desktop. Where's that folder? Temp prints. There it is. And this one, bam. You have invented a strip. Congratulations. So if I keep it in the middle like that, I mean, my print bed's a bit of a taco, but I think it'll be able to handle it. And it'll be between the clips. So I think we'll be able to print that. It's just, it might have a little bit of trouble going right up to the edge, but, oh, it's definitely, wait a minute, it's definitely going to have trouble going right up to the edge because it wants to do an island around everything. So in that case, I guess what I'll want to do is spin, because that's a good trick. And we'll just do it like this. But if I do it like this, then it's not going to go diagonally. It'll go, when it goes back and forth, it'll make straight lines. So that means I need to set up a different parameter on it. Where's that spin? It doesn't show it. What do I want to do here? Yeah, let's do that, and then I need to go to the infill settings, and I need to get rid of 45 degrees and just make it 0. I wish I could tell it just for this print, but let's just Control S that. No. All right, whatever. That's what we'll do. Slice. Yeah, now the filament goes at a bit of an angle, and so that makes it a little bit stronger when it flexes. Just skip printing the skirt. It fits perfectly fine. No, we're good. I mean, I could have done it in that axis without changing 45 degree if I just skipped the skirt, but it's going to need the skirt because I don't know what the state of the filament in the print head is. Make it 2 pieces and glue it. Why? What? What? Okay, all right. Charles. So send directly to the printer, upload and print. There we go. So we're 3D printing something in this project. Error going into the host because everything failed because it had a temperature overrun issue. Yeah, okay. Well, it's a good thing we didn't start the print just then because all kinds of stuff would have crashed into that 15-pound weight that I've got sitting over there. Let's check up on Octopi. Oh, wow, it's still got a bunch of heat in it. All right, let's reboot Clipper in just a minute. Let me get the thing off of the print head, though. Outdated Python. And then this one's going to be... Oh, that's just update stuff? Oh, my God. All right, I'm going to throw up. All right, burn the subs. Move my weight. Yeah, cut from the side of a box of Captain Crunch. Do you have a box of Captain Crunch with the 2600 whistle in it? Because I don't. Plus, if it's a piece of cardboard, then it's possible that it gets wet. I've created a weird thing. Like a properly weird... That's interesting. I've created a weird thing. I've created a very weird thing. I kind of like it. Look at this. Look at what I've made. I mean, like, that almost worked. Like, that's pretty flat. If I let it be at 120 for a little longer, it might have actually fully flattened out. What the hell? Wait a minute. We were almost onto something. An egg holder for very shallow eggs. No, it's like an old-timey window. What do you're not really going to see much putting it up to the camera. I mean, oh, 1960s lighting effects. Like, it's smooth and it is flat. It's a chocolate mold. And I put my big nuts in it. Isn't that weird? Yeah, I could use it as a paint tray. There you go. We almost cooked. 90s dinosaur skin with dino damage. It did flatten it out. It did actually flatten it out. If I had like a 30-pound weight, maybe a flatter piece of metal, or maybe if I held 120 longer, if it didn't freak my printer out, that might have worked. That's a shame. That's cool. All right, anyway, we're just going to print it. So I need to get my printer back into a good state. I guess what I'm going to do is I'm just going to restart everybody. If I restart Clipper, maybe that'll do it. Proceed. What's my glucose level doing? Yeah, we're getting on to hypoglycemia. The command restart Clipper could not be executed. Why does it get like this? If you have like a thermal overrun error, Clipper gets real crazy. Restart the firmware. I mean, yeah, but it'll calibrate itself. I use the BL Touch, and I've got things pretty well set up. I don't think the weight is going to do much to it. 15 pounds is a little bit out of spec for a 3D printer, and that probably did push things down on a microscopic level. But the BL Touch should get wind of that. That should factor it in. All right, so now I'm just going to print. Oh, it expects it to be 118. Hold on a second. 118? Why did the IP address change? I thought I fixed this one, but where do I set that up? Printer settings, filament, print settings, output options. That's not there. Printer settings, general, bed shape, capabilities, cooling fan, thumbnail, and advanced. G-code stuff. That's not it. I forget where to set this stuff up. Self-calibrate. Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, self-calibrating. The BL Touch is a sensor that actually like touches to the bed and establishes a distance. So you can do some pretty, you can chase some nines in that sense in order to flatten your bed out and have it be nice and machine perfect and everything. This deviled egg tray. We have deviled egg trays. They're like Tupperware trays that have little eggy indents on them. I could have a foot-long piece of one of those Ziploc Tupperware bins. That would have been one of the big bins, though. So I don't those actually have gratings on the side. So why am I not? Wi-Fi configuration. I'm just trying to find out the where is the export to IP address? I just need to change that number. And I forget where that setting is. I don't remember where it is. Sorry, I haven't printed anything in a long time, so output options, I would think. But there's no other windows here. G-code substitutions, process for milling. Support material speed, width and flow. It would be in printer settings, wouldn't it? but bed shape, capabilities, printer host upload. Note, all parameters from this group have moved to the physical printer settings. See changelog. You bastards. Physical printer settings. Speed, support material, skirt, infill, slicing, dependencies, notes, output options. But then where is this? Where is the IP address of the freaking thing, guys? What have you done? This is all like the physical thing that I'm building. Why would it be here? Processing scripts and stuff, that's for taking notes. I would think it would be in the actual printer settings over here. Oh, I need to go into the physical printer profile. Printer profile, so that would be this one, but I'd want to like modify it. Physical printer is here, and then I need to actually like edit that. So edit physical printer settings. 10S, I don't have milling. Wait, so do they not let me edit the physical parameters? This is ridiculous. Because then I'd have to put in all of these other parameters in order to modify. What the hell? Oh, these are the unsaved changes. All right, hold on. Oh, I see. So it modified some stuff. And I can discard them or I can keep them. Use Orca. Yeah, it's been a while since I've messed with this. Okay, there it is. That's all I needed. 116. Wants me to reslice. Oh, because it probably undid my 45-degree setting. So now I got to go all the way back to infill. 0 degrees. Okay, so that's still in there. We've got to reslice. This isn't reslice. What's going on here? I've still got my export settings. I guess nothing really has changed. Okay, so send, upload. Body 1, resolving address. Why did all my connections get weird? Why? 2.116, port 80. Let's go see what Octoprint says. That's not Octoprint. Printer's ready. Where are we? We're Octopi local. Pretty sure that's... Oh, we're at Octopi local. Wait a minute. Wait, did this change? Hold on. I don't even know what the IP address is. I think it's 116, but let's try 192.168.2.116. So you're not at 116. You're at 118. Wow, we've got a rogue Octopi. All right, so what's the IP address? I did it by IP. I wonder if I could just type Octopi local into that. So I gotta open up my router thing again in another window. 192.168.2.1, which is oddly logged in, which is weird. It should be logged out by now. That's weird. View list. Octopi, you are at 119. I put in the wrong number. That's on me. Got to do all this crap again. $119. Click OK. Settings server. Well, this is, so you're actually looking to edit the physical printer, which is a different set of settings. So to edit that, there's a little gear right here that you're supposed to click. So that's what I'm doing. I'm editing the physical printer. The IP address is associated with the physical printer. And then the physical printer has all these settings that we can actually view in here. But it's, yeah, and if I wanted to do this print with other settings with this physical printer, I've got, you know, all the options here. So it's, you've got filament settings, and then you have printer settings, and then you have your physical printer. So I haven't fully utilized all the different profiles in in Super Slicer. And I'm not sure what because everybody moves around to like new pieces of software all the time. All these printer hobbyists have like all these different pieces of software that they use. I like that my stuff works right now. What happened there? Body 1 sent. And my printer comes to life. Files uploaded, completed. Oh, did I not click the checkbox? I don't think I clicked the checkbox to print. I like to have it automatically print. Yeah, body 1. Body move in. There you go. Forces me to make it better if I need to design anything it can't make. I mean, like, the way that I have my printer structured is that I hit send to printer, and this thing just kind of comes to life, and it does its calibration, and then it does the print. I've got the filament that I know really well. I've done a lot of testing with it, you know, printing temperature towers and whatnots. I know what the offset of the bed is and all that stuff. I've got everything calibrated like really nicely so that I can just forget, and I don't have to remember all of these parameters and settings. It'd be a beast for me to start over. But then again, nowadays, what you could do is just buy something from like Bamboo that has all the features you want and is like a known quantity. You can just look up what the best settings are. But what I've done is I've spent all that time setting it up. So then everybody comes into my stream and goes, you should use Orca, you should use Mainsail, you should use this, you should do this, you should do that. Does the bed level drift? Nope. It actually is pretty consistent. I bought precision sleeves instead of springs from McMaster, and then we filed them down to where they're pretty well parallel. And we tuned it using the BL touch, so it is level within itself, but now it's going to actually recalibrate itself and do bed leveling and all that once we get up to temperature here. We're at 83 degrees Celsius. I can't believe that we actually did flatten the plastic. We did actually almost make a nice sheet of flat plastic. I wonder if I went to like 100 degrees C, if that would have worked a little better and we could have kept it squished for longer. If that 15 pounds would have worked out all of those weird. I still think you would love a Bamboo. It's definitely worth it. I would do that, and then I would do some kind of an elaborate respooling device so that I could continue to use cheap PETG. But I will not buy a Bamboo unless somebody like sends me one. And I would hope that would be Bamboo itself sending me one, because otherwise, don't waste your money. Because I've got a printer and I like it. It works quite nicely. Sorry about the totally blown out shot that you guys are looking at. This camera has not quite been calibrated. On an A1, you don't need to respool. What is the time estimate we got going on here? It's usually pretty active. We got 13 minutes for print time, although this warm-up procedure takes a little bit. Yeah, do the Overture cardboard spools work out in that thing? I like my Mutant printer. It's not enclosed, though. That would be the big thing that the Bamboo could offer me, is an enclosure. And, of course, the accuracy of those printers, because with PETG, my prints are not the prettiest. They're engineering prints. They're made for iteration and for dimensional accuracy. They're not pretty. Things are a little bit rough out of this printer. And I guess I could tune it. I could tune it away. There's an accelerometer on this little CAN board, the CAN bus board. So I could potentially, I'd have to add another accelerometer to the bed and somehow get that wired up to the main control panel. Also, this thing has some trouble with CAN bus sometimes, but the control box that we made is like one of my crowning builds. It's an amazing build. It's wonderful. Very good looking. Too bad I don't interact with the control panel at all on this printer. Grow tent. That's I bought one that's actually Creality branded. It barely fits the printer inside of it, so I could do that as an enclosure. Probably would have to cut feet holes, but then in order to start growing hot peppers, you need things to be like 70 degrees. So I actually used the grow tent enclosure that's Creality branded as a grow tent. Can you skip by object? What does that mean? Huh? All right, so we're gonna do a wipe. Quick little wipe, just to be polite. Get that filament started, start building up pressure inside the nozzle, maybe clean off a little bit. That wipe is something that I stole from some other piece of G code that ran the printer back when I was using a different software. I decided to keep it. I probably don't even need to do it. So this is the skirt. And we're printing black on black, so you're not really going to be able to see too much. I should add one of my lights, one of my drop lights to this printer so that we can see what's going on. That's another thing. If I had more space, if I had more table space and whatnot in this shop, I would be able to have a printing area that would be filmed a lot better. And maybe I could use analog cameras so that it looks kind of crazy. It looks old-timey, and set up a bunch of shots that, you know, are fixed. That's pretty much what Flatulent Gonad does. It's probably why we're such good friends, is that he pretty much does things the way I wish I could. He has a whole house to work with. Forget Bambi, Snapmaker UI, multi-material is legit. I would love a multi-material printer. We already do stuff with multi-materials here, but I do it by flipping layers and being clever. Doing it with just a multi-filament printer would be really fascinating, because I could do all kinds of stuff with like lighting. I could make little hex panels that the LEDs fall behind. Yeah, this is like, what am I trying to say? Having 3D printing as your primary hobby and flipping around as fast as these 3D printer people move with their technology and their different systems and their different capabilities is not something that I aspire to do, because it's a lot. It's a lot. I am happy with the system that I have right now. There is room for improvement, though. Fundamentally, Octo will do object cancel even with Marlin 2. I don't know what we're talking about. What does that even mean? What somebody explain this to me. Object skipping. Yeah, but those, I mean, again, that super fast matte video pretty much explains my interaction with 3D printing, my overall impressions with it. He just hits the nail right on the head about that. It's like one of these things. Oh, if just one model loses adhesion, it can be skipped. Oh, something to prevent air printing when you're printing a lot of stuff. See, I usually do one thing at a time because it's just annoying. That's just the way it is. I do one thing at a time, because if you don't get that first layer down, it can kill everything. Yeah, I bought that grow tent. They were selling just a grow tent. It's the kind of thing you'd find in like some college kid's closet, growing a huge pot plant, which is tempting to do. I need to put a fan on it though, because when I tried to grow my hot peppers, the soil, sometimes when you buy the potting soil, it kind of comes with mold. And so that mold can end up becoming like a slime mold that'll kill your seedlings. And so you want air and you want ultraviolet. So I had to put them outside for a little bit, and that killed off the mold. Just the sunlight will kill it. So I think in the future, either I need to put the soil outside for a day or two, or I need to have a little bit more airflow in there. And then what I do is I hook up the grow lights, and those are controlled by Node Red, and they have a timer Where is that? They have a daylight hours timer. So the GPS coordinates are City Hall, Philadelphia. And then I have end of the morning golden hour. What's that? Sunrise is at the end of golden hour. And then dusk is when astronomical twilight starts. So this could be a little earlier if I really want it to be, but it's basically a day-night cycle so that your plants breathe properly, right? But doing it in Node-RED is amazing because I can just block my own functionality out of the whole thing. I could probably have it test soil moisture and spritz it with water automatically using Node-RED. That's what's so great about being able to trust it. I have no worries printing 30 of something before it wasn't worth the risk. Yeah, it is slightly not worth the risk to do tons and tons of stuff on this printer. This printer, though, is for PETG, and it's mostly for printing stuff like brackets or enclosures, or, you know, I can go pretty far with the precision on this thing, and I have. I mean, you guys can have seen some of it before, some of the weird stuff that we've printed on this, but this printer also printed its own brackets. I redesigned all the brackets in Fusion 360. It represented a lot of work. I redesigned all the brackets for the linear rails and printed them all. Bamboo fans are the most annoying. I guess it would be altering it a little bit heavy if you put Noctuas in there, because Noctuas don't necessarily have the airflow of whatever stock fans are on a thing. We're almost done printing. This thing is almost done. It's just this guy talking for 4 hours. Oh, is this the old one? Do we not? Look at this. We're printing the square one, the one with the hard edges. We haven't replaced the file yet. I had a prompt up this whole time. Oh no. Well, we'll let this one cool, and once the bed cools off and this thing pops off, we can see whether or not it's a viable thing, and I can print the one with the rounded edges. Our poor edges are flat as hell on the one that we printed before. Wait, does that mean it's the previous length too? So it's going to be a little too long? I guess it doesn't matter terribly. I'm just having a great time over here. Bamboo or another machine, or sorry, Bamboo or another brand, I don't care. But there's something insanely liberating about these new gen machines. It's very exciting. I would imagine so, yeah. I've never been able to make much with so few machines. I mean, you know, I learned this machine and I got to know it, and now I know what it's capable of. And so when I design stuff, I have this machine in mind. That's why I'm like, let's just make a flat bar and print it out. I know what this thing can do, so I know that it can handle that kind of a task. And then the PETG will presumably flex as much as I want the dog collar to. I don't think it'll hold it back very much. We'll find out. This is a weird application. Push comes to shove, I could cut up like a medical box. I have medical supplies that I think I could cut a medical box and have a sheet of cardboard from. Or I'll just keep my eye out for something that I can make a strip with. Oh, wait a minute. That's not a foot long. Oh, and it's not flat either. Never mind. If it's not flat, it'll mess up the LEDs. I was thinking, like, we could get a strip out of this. It's not long enough, though. I'm just looking around. I'm looking around the shop now for sacrifices. What can I break to make this? Print the TPU, and it's more flexible than PETG. I got to get the temperatures and stuff right for the TPU, but I've got that whole spool of it, and I would like to be able to print stuff in flexible. Because yeah, like when I was working on the car, the throttle body grommet, it was an $11 grommet, and it was a particular size and shape. So if I printed it in TPU, that would be perfectly fine. Apparently that grommet was what caused all of my throttle body woes. I still don't understand on the BMW with the throttle of my car, and I've shown it on stream previously, but it was basically like one of those ball and cup games where if you keep tension on the ball, it won't fall out. but the ball is what pulls the throttle. And as long as the throttle can spring back in time, it'll retain the ball, but the ball doesn't clip in any way. So if I slip my foot off of the gas pedal and it flies upwards, that ball flies backwards and falls out of the ball and cup game. I guess if it's tensioned properly, it doesn't. That's just such a weird thing. It's so weird. This is a bit rough on the surface. All right, I gotta let it cool or else it's gonna be distorted. Can Octo object cancel printing from an SD? Probably not, no. I don't know. I don't know what Octo can do. Object skipping only works printing direct from the slicer. Man, Google will tell you because I don't know. TPU is crazy strong. Make a disc golf disc for a friend out of TPU. Everyone tried it out. It didn't rip or tear or anything. Whoa. Did you have to use a heated chamber in order to do that? Where's my Octoprint window? Yeah, I don't know. In order to object cancel, you would probably have to load up different STLs for each object, I guess. I don't know. But I don't know if, because my version is old, it probably doesn't have object canceling. So TPU can make some pretty impressively strong prints. That's very interesting to me. I'll have to learn it. I got to look up some temperature stuff because my printer, the thermometer, I don't think is accurate. So while we are heating the bed up to like 90 degrees or 100 and something, no, 90, I think 95. That is not necessarily what temperature the glass sees. No heated chamber, just flexible filament profile on an MK4S and a filament dryer. Oh, I have a filament dryer. I'll have to use it on the TPU. Can TPU be printed on an open printer? Well, Madame says, yeah. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, people say yes. You can print it on an open printer. The direct drive head, I think, is perfect for TPU, right? So that'll be something that I'll want to figure out. Marlin will object cancel from an SD. I don't care about object canceling. I don't know why that's a sudden. It's just been people are pushing. It can cancel from an SD, so you can do that with Marlin. Can't really have a preview of what it's canceling fundamentally. It's not how you use Octoprint. You spool from Octoprint. So there are no SD cards. Yeah, that's what, so Octoprint would somehow have to be it would have to know that there are multiple objects, and I don't think there's any system for that. Maybe there's a plugin, I don't know. I'm hearing crackling noises. Hopefully that means that this will come up soon. There's not a lot of light over here. That's why the camera's all blasted out. There we go. Wow, that is mighty flexible. I mean, it is only 2 layers. So this is not TPU. If it were TPU, I could make it a lot thicker than 2 millimeter. 2 millimeter is nothing. Let's take a look at what we printed. And then we can cut up some LEDs. Oh, I think it's perfect. Yeah, I'm using Octo Clipper. Isn't using Marlin anymore. Clipper can cancel from Octoprint front end, but you need a plugin. I see. Clipper also doesn't do SD cards. I think it'll see an SD card, but then I load it into Clipper. Yeah, because Clipper wants to do all of its calculations. That's perfect. This is perfect for the dog collar. So let's just double check it in here. This is where I break it. It ends up creasing and breaking. And then we have to do a whole new 13-minute print. Oh, I just don't have the resources. I repeatedly print my objects repeatedly. Yeah, there's a lot of repetition in there. So it's handy to print from the SD. I see. Yeah, I guess, but the thing is, like, Octoprint requires an entire Raspberry Pi to be dedicated to your printer. And so while you're doing that, You might as well ditch the SD cards because it's got enough. It already has its own, you know, SD. Ah, it's perfect. It's got its own XD. Get it? Ooh, that's perfect. Oh, that's perfect. Hold on, wait. And then that goes directly into here. So the wires are supported and not bent. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's going to be good. PETG is perfect for this. Yeah, you can rerun for repetition. Although, well, actually, it is it's stable enough. It used to be that stability would be the reason why you'd use the SD card. And nowadays, the printers are super stable. So, hey, this works. Because, yeah, what I can do with Octoprint is if I want another one of those, I could just go down to the, well, what happened to my print list? Wait a minute. It should be right here. That's weird. Why isn't it there? Anyway, I did it before. Did I put something in the search bar? Weird. Yeah, but anyway, all the stuff that you've printed previously shows up over here. I have a folder in here just for tests. Huh, I just don't know why it's not showing it right now. That's weird. I bet if I reload the page, it'll pop up again. The one feature that I wanted to show off because SD cards were mentioned. I believe you. I don't want you to believe me. I want you to see that I've done the thing. All right. Anyway, our little LED display over here is now going to go away because I need to cut this strip. We're going to use the 2.7 millimeter strip. So I'm just going to render this thing undone. And we are going to be soldering, I guess, new wires to it. This strip has the power underneath, and then the data is the top contact because it is so thin. So we will start from, I guess I'll just steal this end of the strip. They kind of, they sell you these strips and they think you're going to be plugging them into each other using these sort of standardized LED strip plugs, but I don't use those. I don't use those. I guess we'll want to start a little bit from here. So I'm going to sacrifice a couple LEDs because this is kind of pre-peeled. And I want the adhesion for the whole thing. So let me get an accurate cutter here. Use the flush cutter, I suppose. We'll sacrifice a couple LEDs. Now, the viewing window. I want it to be the length of the viewing window, not the length of the strip, because there's a little bit of extra length in this thing. And it looks like we're really only going to be able to fit 2 on this thing. Makes me wonder if we should stagger the LEDs. Well, let's just try it side by side first and see what it looks like, and then we'll see whether or not we want to stagger them side by side. I think PETG is perfect for this, though. All right, so this many LEDs will fill our window. The other debate is, do I want extra LEDs so that I have the, what do you call it, battery indicator light? I don't know how configurable the battery indicator is yet, so I guess we're just going to do this by the book. And then we'll make 2 strips. Because what I could do is put another WS2812 that's visible outside of the box. I could put one on the side of the box and then have that be the first jump, and then the rest of them go to these. And that way I have an indicator light of whether or not the thing is low battery. Low battery. And I'll have to delete one of the LEDs on the strip if we do the staggered thing. Okay. Then the direction. I guess I'm going to send it out, loop, and then send it back. And I could do power on this end, and then data goes into one, and I'll just do loops for the others. I guess that'll work. Are those 50/50 WS2812 or is it a smaller footprint? I don't know. I don't know precisely what I got. They said there was WS2812, I think B, but it's a, oops, sorry, it's a 2.7 millimeter thick thingy. Oh, that just pulled up a numpad? Wait, what did that? Something I clicked in 3DX Connection pulled up a virtual numpad. That was kind of cool. I could use that. I don't have a numpad. Because okay, so in the final thing, what'll happen is I'll have these strips down on the backing, and then I'll shrink wrap that, and that's going to slide into here. It'll barely have enough room. I mean, this was a little bit difficult to slide in. It kind of got caught on some of the things of fabric, but I think with the shrink wrap around these LED heads, it'll make it smoother to slip in. It's a lot smaller. I need to order some of those. Yeah, they're shockingly small. All right, that's revealed. And then we're going to go to this cam. And then I think what I can do... Hold on. Get this out of the way. Get the mouse out of the way. I want to stick this thing down properly, but it's going to be hard to show on camera. We did not get a lot done today. didn't really get anything done today. So the direction's this way, so we want this all the way at the bottom. Sliding this thing out of view. I probably could have cut that one closer. Oh, there's a bump in it. The problem is, if we do too much testing with this, then the adhesive won't stick no more. Although I do have a variety of double-sided tapes here in the shop. And I suppose that would be the fallback, is just put double-sided tape on everything. I really wanted to get creative. I could print out a top layer that would fit the LEDs together. There's probably a higher density version of this too. This is plenty though for Willow. She'll be happy with it. I don't think she sees all the colors that we're gonna be putting on this stuff. Now I could make this act like one singular strip by staggering the LEDs, and that would create kind of interesting patterns. I've done that before. I did it on the Oh Bother sign that's over there, that's on the rack, and that actually was a pretty good look. Yeah, it drifted a little bit. Oh yeah, that's gonna be great. I think I do want to stagger the LEDs though. We'll have one LED that's just a little bit out there. So if I did that, because then instead of directly side by side, how does that take up? It's, I guess, 2.7, so 6 millimeters is indeed the width of two sheets of this stuff. I probably should have moved that over a little bit. I think there's still a little bit of 3D print outside of it. But if we do them like this, yeah, I think that's the way that I want to do it. Let's see, if I push this one over the edge, then it's going to be hard to solder the wires to it. Because this is the end of the visible area, but we're going to have a little bit of a gap there. That's unfortunate. I keep it the same number of LEDs, and we just go back on the whole thing, and I'll use motor wire to kind of solder the different leads together. Yeah, so this one might be covered just a little bit. I can't really do anything about that because I need this area here to run wire. Okay, this needs to move out just a little bit. And, you know, I could widen this surface a little bit if I really need to. Open up the CAD again. But I think this is workable. I think we can work with this. Kind of like, I need something that's just a little bit taller than this so that I can butt it up against the edge and really get this like right up to the edge. Just like that. Okay. Sheet number 2. This is pretty good sticky stuff, though. I'm surprised. Okay. Everyone's critic. Yeah, 2.7, and this stuff is like right up. And it's only 0.6 larger than it. I probably should have done 6.5 or like 6.3 millimeter wide. And in wLED, we can actually assign the shape of the grid, I think. Or we could treat this as one big continuous strip, and you get some cool patterns when you do that. So things that get sent away can go in 2 directions. Pretty snazzy. Just trying to do good by this, you know? Get it right. Actually, to be fair, I probably should have used this surface. This is the smoother surface. This probably, ugh, that was dumb. I shouldn't have put them on this side. I should have put them on the other side. They seem to be sticking all right anyway. They're sticking just fine anyway. But the other side is the one that was against the glass. That would have been the flatter side. Derp. Oh well, it's okay. That's all right. Okay, now the challenging part is going to be, I guess we'll do power here, and that'll be kind of a tough one to put together. Maybe just all motor wires coming out in this direction, and then data that way, and then we just have to do a little loop of data here. We'll just have to go just basically straight over, I guess. So we'll do that one first. Let's do the data hookup first. Since we're soldering directly onto PETG, I have to be really careful because it'll melt this stuff immediately. Yep, and I already messed it up. Stabbed it with the iron 3 times. Jeez. Okay, little solid piece of wire would be probably the best thing here. What do we have? What do I have? What do I have in my wire storage? I mean, I could use a varnished piece of motor wire. This is how I'm thinking of doing the power, but it doesn't really necessarily need to be one of these sort of hard to work with things. I could just take a piece of anything else. Well, let's just work with it. This is like a super duper high power motor. This is one of the black series of Tamiya motors, and they wire it with this hugely thick wire so that it's very, very low resistance and a lot of magnetism is produced inside the motor. They're brutal little things. They blew up my RC car. We're just going to make a little hook out of this thing. So what I'm going to do is scrape the end with a knife to get rid of the varnish, the lacquer layer on it, because it's motor wire. The data line really doesn't need this big thick wire, but this is just more for structure. So you get a feel for it. There we go. I'm trying to think of how that would be set up in wLED now with 2 rows, 2 segments with the same effect. It has a 2D setting where you can make a grid and you can define your grid of LEDs. So I saw it in some of the tutorial stuff. We'll play with it once we get this thing all set up. I can't see the height of any of this stuff. How high is this? I can't tell. There we go. That one's ready to solder. Haven't played with the matrix stuff. Neither have I. We're gonna learn. But I saw some previews of it, so I think the functionality exists. Okay, so on the end here, this stuff is probably too thick for this, but we'll just go up and over. So that'll be flattened out. Let's get the tweezers. I gotta flatten out the end because it's a little rough. We'll just do that, just straight over. Hand shook. I think that's a little short. And then this is going to be tricky, is getting the varnish off of the other end. This stuff is a little easier to work with than your typical motor wire just because it's big. It's just this huge wire. That's why I keep the spindle nearby. Just for stuff like this. Come on. Too tricksy. Where'd it go? Come on. I'm all thumbs today. We might continue this tomorrow. I think we may have to. It took us a while to kind of figure out what we were going to do. But this print is perfect. It really worked out nicely. It's unfortunate that I can't have the beginning, middle, and end that I typically look for in these streams. But we took too much time to figure out all of my different methodologies, and we did create art with a capital F. Damn it, where'd it go? Screw this. Just move it over. Move it over to the thing. I can get solder to stick when the other end is. Well, actually, this is such a short. Where did it go? This is such a short little thing that it might. Oh, did I lose it? I don't see where it went, and it flicked off of the front of the tweezers. I see it. Oh my God. It's so tiny. It's so small. I mean, I guess I could use the wire wrap wire here too, just an unshielded piece of wire wrap wire. That would probably do just fine. I'm having trouble picking this thing up at all. That's the opposite way. This is the way. Come on. Oh, you bastard. This thing is driving me crazy. I am losing it. I am losing my mind. My mind is starting to go. Starting to speak like Kiefer Sutherland. Okay. Jeez. Oh, come on. You're better than this. See, the problem is the other thing that can happen here is lifting the pad off of this flexible PCB, and I've got to be really careful that that doesn't happen. So I'm fighting the pad, I'm fighting the flexible PCB. I don't think this motor wire is a bad idea. I'm going to do an unshielded piece of wire wrap. Give me this thing over here. Stupid. Little tiny wires, I tell you. Okay, Grandpa, stop talking about little wires all the time. Back in my day, these little wires. All right, just this. This will be fine. Throwing a dead frog out of the window. Somebody referenced the Pitoria episode of Family Guy, and that was back when I actually watched that show. And I felt old. See, it's not really tinning because the rosin is already kind of burnt up. Also, this strip is so long that it's hard for me to position it so that I can get to it easily. They're like ants, Bill. They are ants. Oh, come on. Yeah, the only issue with this WS2812 strip is that it's very small. It's very hard to work with as a result. Gotta be careful because that can short out the 2812 right there. Last thing that I want is for this to lift the pad off. Ever work the Adafruit dot stars? 6 pins in a 2x2mm package. No. Adafruit has all that crazy LED stuff. What they don't have is the wealth of patterns that wLED has. It's real funny because I bought that Corsair LED controller. Damn it, solder's not going to the right thing. Let's put like just a little dabble of sticky flux on the end of this, and then maybe it'll. I bought that Corsair LED controller, and it has like 4 modes. It doesn't have any patterns. Why isn't that leaving anything? Let's. Come on, little tiny bit. No. That's too much. Bring it back. That is way too much. I didn't want to put that much on there. No. Where am I going to put that? Sneak it under there. There we go. Just the presence of a hint of flux. See, that would short. That would blow up. Is that soldered? Well, that's our data line. That was annoying. Well, that the dot stars, yeah, dot stars have a separate clock signal, so you can run them at a super high frame rate. That's what the LDS ones, the ones that we were using previously, the ones in the big thick strip, also have a separate clock. So yeah, they don't need like a space time to initiate, you know, the pixel. So you can get them to work really well with each other. Yeah. NeoPixels get slower as the chain gets longer. Yeah. LDS LEDs. It's is it LDS? I don't know. The 8806, whatever that thing is. This guy. This guy right here. Yeah, LDS 8806. It's got a date and a clock. Should be able to run OpenRGB on top of whatever Corsair controller for full control. I see. So if I plugged it in with USB, then I could get more control. Just the wLED, the wealth of patterns that wLED has is pretty cool. That's what I would technically want to run. For the power, I think what I'm going to do is get some silicon rubber wire. It's going to be thin, but it's still going to be silicon rubber, just so that I don't want to getting warm. I don't want my puppy to get too warm. So it's probably going to be 20 gauge. I'm not going to use the big thick wires like they did on the strip initially. But if I use high temperature wire, it's not as bad. I mean, like, all the shit that I'm giving about the shock collar incident, right? All the talking that I've done about it, and I'm about to strap like a bomb to my dog. Like, oh, it only gets like 200 degrees Celsius. It should be fine. Yeah, I know. What that one streamer guy did was pretty bad, but the streamer that I watch, he strapped like a firebomb to his dog. Waco church. No, I'm not using tear gas that I know is ridiculously flammable on my dog. These are 28 gauge. I don't know. We'll try them at first. We'll try the 28 gauge at first. We'll see how warm these wires get. Because remember, we don't have as many LEDs. We've got like a third of the LEDs missing. This is the part that we're not using of the 160 LEDs. So it's possible that this doesn't get too bad. All right, possible. I'm not making any promises. Am I going to have a little three-way junction? I guess so. Oh, and I need a data line. Data line. Yeah, because it's possible that I finish stream and it's dark out. I really want to get this project done. Oh yeah, it's getting dark out already? Jeez. What time is it? Oh, it's 4:45. We'll go for a little bit longer. I want to power this up and see it do stuff. This is one of those scenarios where the other people in the house might actually have to take care of my dog a little bit. For some reason, they don't ever do daytime walks. She gets like one afternoon walk. She doesn't need to walk as much as I walk her. On the days that I don't stream, I end up taking her out a bunch, which is for both of us. I mean, she enjoys the trip, and I enjoy getting a little bit of exercise. Before I solder this one, I'm going to have to do the ones underneath. I don't know how I'm going to do that. That's going to be very annoying, but I'm going to try to tin them. I will be in control. Wonder if I could use copper tape to do the... No, that's not going to do it. I design a flexible PCB. That would be kind of a good way to do it. I don't think they make it, though. Okay. Let's start. Probably should have soldered these first, because then I wouldn't have the substrate to deal with. that would have probably been a good idea, is to solder them before laying down the LED. Oh, well, I guess I could just pick up the end here. It's going to make soldering a little bit tighter, but... Oh, it doesn't really want to flex individually. All right, so I'll peel up the ends, I guess. We'll have to lay them back down. This is where the magic comes in. So... Flatulent Gonad, after much convincing, actually got me to purchase blue tack. And so it seems like this is going to be a good application for blue tack holding everything up so I can get to the contacts. I may actually make the Twitch TVO bother sign over there a wLED. Just converting this to wLED would be very simple. It's just the hole I made for the Corsair device would have to be altered, but then I can just screw the Corsair device, use the power plug, put a wLED controller in there, and then that can just be another double strip, just like the dog collar. Because all this is addressable LEDs that I made in a 3D printed substrate with a 2-color print on top of it. So that'll be, I can make that look so much cooler and do cooler stuff. Although the plasma-y kind of rainbow is nice. It's been running that for like a century. So I have to solder from over here. Okay, there we go. So we'll just get the contacts in like that. That'll be good. Okay, so this is some tiny soldering. I did this to myself. I bought this tiny LED strip, and it looked too good. It looked way too good, and so now I have to use it. You guys can barely see what I'm doing. This is tough soldering. Not easy. Oh, and there's adhesive over it. Hold on. That's not going to be easy for me to get off. You guys are seeing what I'm seeing, which is not a lot. It's not easy. I mean, I guess that big motor wire would be pretty good here to go from one strip to the other, but I'm just going to do 2 sets and then Y them. Do a Y junction. And then have just one set of power wires coming out. Let's see if we can get that to solder. Well, the heat of the iron might blow away the adhesive because I can't get down to the pads. Yeah, I think there's stuff on the end. Damn it. And the blue tack is soft enough that I don't get a lot of scraping power. My scraping power. All right, let's see if that takes. I need a solder pot that I can just dip them in, but solder pots are so dangerous. So dangerous, those solder pots. Any little bit of moisture could cause a huge disaster. Oh, there we go. It took solder. How about you? Not yet. No, I'm taking solder over there. Okay. I'm getting there. Curses. Can I view this? No, I can't see this on the microscope. This is a fiddly and tiny. And I've got this giant thing sticking up out of it. I guess if I double it back, I could get it on the microscope. If we do it like this. And then presumably it would be held in by the shrink wrap. That would be doing most of the work, holding it down. Yeah, that'll be easier. Okay, so let's move our soldering operation to the microscope. So what's going on here? There's stuff holding on to it. There's stuff in the way, is what I'm trying to say. Why is this? Yeah, let's move that down. We can actually see what I'm doing. So out of focus. See that? That's adhesive. So I've just got to peel it away. I almost got it. I couldn't really see it. But now that we've got the microscope going, I can see it plain as day. Plain as day. This blue tack is not working out all that well. There we go. It's not quite as tack as I would like it to be, and this stuff is kind of fighting. Stay down. Stay right there. No! Reposition, move the camera so you guys can see what's going on. This is going to be a little sloppy, but I think it'll work out. My hands are like really shaky today. I generally don't have shaky hands. Jeez. Okay, there's still stuff. There's still stuff in the way. And the blue tack is so soft. It's getting... causing troubles. Or did I get solder to stick? I think I got a little bit. Yeah, see that all that was in the way. The solder will like subjunct. No, what's the word I'm looking for there? Sublimate and go under the adhesive, and then the heat burns it up. Isopropyl to clean it. I don't want to mess with this sticky stuff. I want that to remain sticky. I guess the shrink wrap will hold it down, but there we go. Jeez. Oh, and I melted all that blue tack around it. Come on. I cannot win today. Okay, so this wire now goes on there. With not enough wire to burn or short. Okay, this one. And ground wire. Ground wire. Ground. No, that's not fully tinned. Hold on. Gotta tin it. I must tin it. Tentative. Really, the way you want to tin these wires is to have the surface tension pull the tinning through all the strands of the wire, but I can't see it. It's too small. Okay, a little shaking there. I don't think that's fully soldered. I think what I need to do is add stuff to it. Stop shaking. Straighten that out. Doesn't quite look like a good solder joint there. That is not fully tinned. Why are you fighting me, wire? Okay, now it's fully tinned. Yeah, I could hit it with a little tacky flux, but then everything gets gross. Whoa, there's a sub. Cosmo Quest, rating with a party of 10. How y'all doing? We're trying to get a little demo going here for Willow's light up dog collar. Once I get these wires soldered in, I can hook up power and data, and we can get a good test going. So I'm going to do just like a little length of wire on the end of this for the initial. I'll clean it up later. I just want to get something on this. So we'll go a little distance here with the two color wires. And yeah, everybody thinks, oh brother, I get that a lot. I get that a lot. Oh bother, I made a long time ago when I was coming up with the Twitch name, and I couldn't think of anything. And I thought, screw it. And so as an American, I decided to use the British phrase, oh bother. And then people were like, Winnie the Pooh. And I'm like, wait a minute. So, as a big weirdo fat guy, I appreciate the name now. And the only reason I kept it, because I was going to rebrand to start streaming, but previously recorded live, the Red Letter Media fellows were doing their stream. And so at the very end of it, I actually was hired by them to do a controller project. They were building a a couch gaming style controller, and it was right up my alley in terms of the stuff that I build. And so I made that project with another engineer, and they endorsed my stream at the very end, at the very last stream that Previously Recorded ever did, which is something that is a little bit more rare. It's not something that really happens ever. And so I had to keep oh bother. I had to keep oh bother. So the sticky stuff kind of got in the way there. This the adhesive material. Oh no, I poked Willow's collar with a soldering iron. When did that happen? Oh, there's like a burn in the back of it. Well, I could buy another one of these if it gets too damaged. I don't think it's too damaged, but man, I didn't even know that happened. Wonder when that was. Oh, that's so disappointing. So I found this dog collar and it had LEDs in it, but it didn't have enough LEDs and they weren't fancy enough. So what we're doing right now is what I'm doing right now is I'm removing adhesive from this stuff. I should have put a piece of Captain tape over this or something. Anyway, I should have used Captain tape to hold this down, and I should have done this soldering before I attached the stuff to the 3D print. So we've been trying to come up with a method to mount this LED strip and use wLED to power my dog's collar so it lights up and it looks awesome. wLED was kind of a surprise to me. A friend of mine suggested that I try it out for a screen that I was trying to light up. This is like burying it. There we go. Finally. Jeez. For a screen that I was trying to light up for the Burn the Subs project. And so the screen, pretty cool little piece of kit. It came off of a purse toy. wLED can light it up, but what I will end up doing is making the Raspberry Pi do the lighting sequence. But then I was thinking like, hey, we can make a sequence of LEDs, do all these cool patterns, right? I have this collar that has white LEDs in it and not enough. And so I ordered a couple different types of LED strip. This type is the 2.7 millimeter wide WS2812, and it seems like it's really cool stuff. So what we can do with it is run all of this stuff from the collar, including the battery, through wLED, and my dog will have really cool patterns, especially when she barks at stuff. We'll be able to light it up all weird. So let me just get these power lines in, and then we'll get power through them. Iron turned off. I don't know why my hands are shaking so much today. They're just shaking more than they usually do. I didn't used to shake. I don't know if it's like glucose level related. It might be glucose level related. I might be shaking because my glucose level kind of dropped during stream, which I have a thing that I can display my glucose level for everybody. I'll do that in a minute. I want to get this just like initially running a pattern just so we can see what it looks like, because it'll be cool. And then we'll wrap up for today. Oh my God, the shaking is driving me nuts. This is also pretty small, so it'll fool you into thinking with all the wonderful microscope stuff that I have will fool you into thinking that this stuff is huge and that I'm just really bad at soldering. This is what happened with the modular instrument stuff. The technology was super advanced and the size of everything was super small. And so when it came to soldering it, it looked like I was soldering normal sized stuff, the stuff I always solder on this stream. And instead it was actually absolutely tiny. And so it really kind of, really made me look inept. All right, here's that. That stuff is going to very easily break off. I'm gonna be careful. Try to stick it back down. So what's going on in the cosmos? What's Cosmo Quest up to? The Questixers. I have not caught up lately with space stuff. I did see that one, what do you call it? Starship launch. I thought they were going to land stuff. I'm disappointed that they're not landing stuff lately. Okay, so let me strip the other ends of these absolutely tiny wires. I'll come back and clean this stuff up. I'm gonna just do it hastily right now. We'll clean it up tomorrow. But I just want to get all this stuff down. Get down, 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 down. Get down, 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 down. Down, 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 down. Woo! Do, 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 do. Old house. Father, brother, how many different electric eels or dogs with shock collars do I need in my garage to charge my electric car? It's the weight on your soul. That's heavier. There are, I think electric eels are a known quantity now, right? I think they know what the wattage of an electric eel is. So you could calculate it that way. How many watts is an electric eel? If you make work or sport, use your hands for lifting or so, then the muscles are shaking wildly. With me, I've had very steady hands for a long time, and positioning my wrists and stuff when I'm doing the soldering work like this is really, really important. And that gives you the steadiness. And in this case, in the case of doing these wires, this thing was up high and I had blue tack on there that's not really holding it all that strongly. So shaking was unfortunately part of it. Also, the size of the stuff. I mean, this stuff is tiny. So I had a little bit of trouble positioning myself. Let's get this stuff done and then we can pair up our wires and get them soldered together. And then I can put the data line on and then we can hook it up and just see what it looks like initially. This is what I should have been doing the whole time, which is just, sorry, you guys are out of focus. I'll get you in just a sec. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Should have done it this way with a piece of Captain tape just over the top of everything. That would have held everybody in place just nicely. I don't know if it would have played well with the adhesive though, the double-sided adhesive of this stuff. I gotta be careful too. I don't want to flex this too much or else it'll like break off. They will pop off. Can't see. This is really cutting into walkie's time. My poor dog. She's neglected. She's a sad, lonely corgi. She's not getting Fritos. Is that a strand that's weird? Huh. Can't quite see. It looks like a strand. I must have hit up against it or something. Dun, 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 dun. Do, 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 do. Bum, 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 bum. It was a classic house song. Yeah, how am I gonna get these together? Pinch, maybe little pinch. That, or we just do something really sloppy just so we can get the test done. Maybe we just do something really sloppy. So that's the data in. I'm gonna have to solder to that one. Why? A little bit of flux or maybe just some solder paste would be really good for this. There it goes. Just so that I get the rosin core on the right thing. And in the future, I'll put like a little dabble, just a little tiny dab of hot glue before I shrink wrap, and then it'll seal everybody in and keep it waterproof. Soldering fumes. Who needs vaping and smoking? I have a fan on my back and I have the window open all year round. You don't hear it because of my wonderful microphone tuning skills, but I do have a big fan on my back, so all the smoke gets carried away from me. Those carbon foam fan filters are useless. They don't do anything. A proper exhaust hood or fume extractor is like $1,000. So I'm not going to get one. We had in one of the shops that I worked at, there were drop floors, and they installed the professional solder fume sucker in the floor, and then they had those like posable ducts coming up out of the floor, and a little like lever that you would pull in order to activate it, and then it would turn on and open a valve. But yeah, we don't do that around here. Okay, power and ground. I think I'm going to do it just with leads like this, just so I can get something happening at the end of stream. Dun 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 da 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 da. Woo! No, see the foam center things are bad. They do not work. The air gets shoved through it before the activated carbon can have any say in what's going on. Taken 4 hours before I started soldering. Not quite, but we did have to print the substrate for the thing to sit on. So I need like something in between these so that these pop up. Down, 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 down. Ah, ooh, ah. my whole hand slipped. And I poked myself with my own iron. I just want something at the end of stream. Please. Oh my God, this could not go worse. I built a tunnel and a ventilator from some material from my hobby room. My fume extractor was very cheap. You can buy like those pot growing stuff. The stuff that's designed to take the pot smell out of the air when you're illegally growing marijuana in your attic. That kind of stuff has gotten real cheap. And so that's a pretty good fume extractor. And it's got a carbon thing at the end just to be nice to wherever you're pumping the air to. I am so fed up with these wires, I'm starting to get mad. And my little shaking is not helping at all. Wire junctions are really not fun to deal with. Good enough for me. Jeez, that was very annoying. You detest helping hands, but they would be handy now. They might damage those wires. This stuff is way thinner than I think you think it is. I mean, maybe if I did an elaborate thing with a blue tack, I could hold everybody down, but... And, you know, if I used more Captain tape... It is I, Captain. Surely you will not survive, Captain. My eliminating ray. There we go. Okay. All right, now data, and then we can plug this into the breadboard, and we can see what this shiz looks like. I'm excited about that. I'm excited about not soldering anymore today. I was very skilled. I am extremely skillful in soldering and the like. So to have myself shaking like that is very, very annoying. That's a good idea, magnets. Hold down the ends in place without gator clips. So I do have a big collection of neodymium magnets that I could use in this case. That's a good idea. That is Short Lurker with a long bomb from downtown with a good idea train. Yeah, these I need, and I just need to expose this last piece. And we need to get that to like a breadboard jumper. Tin the end. You can get pretty far. If your hands shake and you want to do this kind of micro soldering stuff, situating and sort of positioning yourself goes a long, long, long way. You know, holding stuff down with Captain tape, making sure that your wrists can get a good rest on stuff. Because, I mean, if your fingers shake uncontrollably, that's not something that, you know, that might make it a lot more difficult to do this kind of microelectronics. But if you have, okay, so now my hand is completely steady, but if you're kind of like this, like you can get away with positioning yourself. I mean, it's going to vary from person to person, and everybody has a different level of shakiness that they deal with. But I've found that even when I'm, as I am today, shaking because I'm hypoglycemic and it's kind of like a twitchy shake, I can get by doing this stuff. I can actually solder stuff pretty decently without too much trouble. All in just positioning my hands and positioning the workpiece. Fumes pumped through the old chimney pipe. Oh, that's pretty nice. You've already got a built-in... You're putting it up to like a safe height. Okay, so we have 5 volts on the board. I don't know if that means... I think it does mean that USB will be providing the 5 volts. So here, let's go back over here and let's back up a little bit. And we can just quickly hook this up and just see what it looks like. Trying to move quickly at the end of stream here because my poor doggy needs to get shocked. We don't need any of this, actually. Oh, wait, but what pin were we on? I think the one pin before the end was the one that we were on. Does it make you nervous that I'm watching you solder? I'm not nervous. I've been streaming for many years. Might look like I'm nervous. That was like one time I was sitting with a girl in bed and I didn't have anything to lean back against. And she thought that my nerve, she's like, oh, it's really cute. You were so nervous. And I was like, my muscles were shaking because I couldn't be a headboard. Like, I couldn't sit up like this. My whole back was like shaking. It was stupid. All right, so move this over here, get this plugged into power and ground, and then we'll just lay it out like this. And so ground is there, power is there. I want to make sure that the wires naturally separate. The wires lift and separate, and then plug this into our data pin for the WS2812. Let's declutter a little bit here so that it looks cool. This is a visual medium. Get down, down, down to down. Get down, down, down to down. Down, 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 down. Down, 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 down. Woo! Dun, 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 dun. All right, so here we go. So the idea is this. Damn it. Okay, so I'll have to go over that soldering a little bit. And so if we run the pattern, where is it? It's in the Chrome window. Because we've been using Chrome to flash these things, because Chrome has this sort of ability to hook up to... Where'd it go? Did I close it? Okay. All right, so this thing thinks it has 160 LEDs, but if I go to like a cool pattern that has, I don't know, freak pixels, what's going to happen is as it sees stuff, the pattern will go down one way and then back the other. What's going on? Oh, this, yeah, there we go. That's a little bit of a shoddy connection. So we'll probably have to, so you can see, as I'm talking, it's like sparkling it up. Cool. We'll have to make a playlist to these patterns. Yeah, as soon as I lift my hand, this fails. Hold on, let's power down and power back on. I need to go over that solder over there just a little bit. That is an important junction. Subjunction, junction, what's your function? That's not the right word. That do it. That cannot be a fragile connection. I will not allow it. Okay, and then if we change colors, yeah, the whole strip is changing in accordance. Okay, cool. Neat. That's going to be so bright. Let's see. We'll have to do the power supply hookup tomorrow and figure out, like, calculate how long this thing will last. It'll be just inside of there. I'll have all these little points of light. Camera's kind of hard to focus. Grab center. What? Oh, as I'm making noise, it's filling up. I see. That one's a little hectic with our scheme. But I can turn this into 2 strips, I believe. Grav meter. Yeah, okay, hold on. ICU. What? Test. ICU. Juggles. All these juggles. So I'm only clicking on the ones that are actually sound reactive. This one's called noise meter. Noise meter. Yeah. Because it thinks there's 160 LEDs, some of these are going to be a little weird. Check 1, 2. We'll find a good one. Hold on. Can you use 3.7 till 4.1 volt for the LEDs too? Yes. We tested this with battery power levels and it worked out. The LEDs were still pretty bright. These are 5 volts, so if they get 4.7, they'll be in good shape. The one thing we do need to do, and this is something that we need to do either tomorrow or in the subsequent days, figure out a FET so that this can get cut off from the rest of the strip or from the system when we put it into low power mode. So, yeah, as soon as I talk, this thing starts doing stuff. I gotta find a better random colors. No, it's just. All right, you guys gotta wait until I actually go to a sound responsive one. Where is that? Ripple peak. That's kind of cool. So yeah, dog will be running around. Bark, 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 bark. So as she's barking and stuff, we'll see all kinds of weird patterns on it. I don't know if I can make it use something else in order to cycle with the colors, because right now I'm the one that's cycling the base color of everything. You know, I can choose all the different color, the base color that this thing looks like. So if I go to red, now it's all red. Blue, it goes to blue. But this can also be coordinated. And I believe what I can do is make 2 segments out of it and then go to the not sync. I thought it was one of the tabs. They're in the setup, in the LED setup. And their 2D configuration, there it is. Yeah, see, you can set it up this way and do all kinds of stuff there. So I'll have to learn how to do that. I don't know how to do that right now. Man, wLED is crazy. Gravity from the center is not going to work. How many LEDs do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Hold on. Actually, I could just guess. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20, 30, 40, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 45. So I have 90. So let's put in 90. Config, LED, length, 89. Save. Oh. 90, 91, 92. I actually have 92 LEDs. 9, 2. Save. This will be cool. I like the staggered pattern. How many LEDs per 5 centimeter? 500? This doesn't go up to 500. This is 160 LEDs per something or other. Meter, maybe? Oh, look at that. So the ones that do sound level from one end, it's supposed to start in the center and go outwards, but instead it's just one bar from one end. That's cool. Candle. Oh, that one's varying the brightness of the LEDs. You guys can't see that very much. Case 3. Yeah, these would be cool. How hot are the LEDs? Not. They look hot on the thermal imager because the thermal imager changes its temperature range depending on what's visible. So if only the LEDs are visible, in the lepton color palette, they look like they're on fire. But they're not. They're not even warm. They're just slightly warmer than ambient. So. And then I guess all I'll need to do is just shrink wrap this, and then that'll be the LED strip, and then all these wires will go into the enclosure where I can, get them to their destination. Use case. This goes on my dog. This is my dog's collar, my corgi. Her name is Willow. She's 3 years old. She's a wonderful little pooch. But when we go for walks outside in the dark, she will be visible. She will be very visible. She'll be absolutely fabulous. No, why did you do that? Why did you do that? Why you did that? Potato. Dog. She's cool. I like her a lot. Love of my life. Oh my God. Have some completely punishing ones. We have to see how much current this thing draws. What's up, Hamster Overdrive? So we just got our example running. This thing will have a microphone in it too. So if she's barking at stuff, it will light up all crazy, funny, cool. But like something like this, the sprinkly, sparkly stuff, I really like. This I don't think uses the mic at all. Oh, it seems like it might. but this will give sort of a more complicated and interesting LED setup. I'm not making one by myself. We are retrofitting our electronics into one that I like. This one has a huge loop on it that you can get a finger through. It has a big on-off button. It is a very simple, easy to clip on collar, and it's got just this band where the LEDs will shine through. So previously this thing had white LEDs. I also poked it with a soldering iron, which I don't know if that's gonna be a deal killer on this thing. I might have to buy another one of these. I don't know. But this is so wLED can retrofit into stuff and make it really cool. This will be really awesome. I think this will look excellent when we get this all done. I'm excited about this. I think it's going to be really cool. And then one thing that we can actually do is jump into wLED, and we can define this as a 2D with a zigzag. I'll have to figure that out. We'll go into the settings and figure that out with 245 LED strips, actually 47 or something like that. But yeah, this is not hard stuff to do, and it wasn't expensive stuff to do. This is like $8 microcontroller, $15 for all of the LEDs. That was another like $11, I think. We haven't used the accelerometer yet because that's going to be a little bit more hacky. I don't know if I want to include that. It might be too much current draw even. And I'm already so impressed with what wLED can do right now. Now, is this hot? No, it's not even warm. There is heat being produced by this stuff, but it's not a lot. And the wires aren't even getting warm. We're not using up a lot of current to do 93 LEDs. How's your puppy nowadays? She's doing great. Some time ago, you were going in for surgery. She has not needed anything like surgery in a long, long time. Yeah, these are WS2812s, but they're like microscopic. They're very small indeed. This pattern I really like too. This one's Color Winkles. Color Winkles. Did you know that that's a winkle? I didn't. Winkle my tinkle. They're very small. They're cool though. This is going to be awesome. This is going to be cool as frig. So I guess this will go all the way back into the enclosure just a little bit. And so that'll give us all of our flexibility. And then I can run shrink wrap over. I've got shrink wrap that I can put over this whole thing. And that'll just be our LED assembly. And then from there, I'll have to figure out what type of programming stuff we need to do in order to make this thing really shine. Ah, it's so cool. Yeah, when doing LED projects, you got to budget a little bit of time for just sitting there and looking at it and going, oh man, this is cool looking. They look real nice. She'll be sparkling like an angel. I'm going to make her so fabulous, and her little dog brain won't even be able to realize how freaking awesome she looks. All right, that being said, I need to go give my dog kisses, and I need to go take her for a walk. So I will catch you all later. I didn't do the end card. I'm going to be back on tomorrow, though. I didn't do the end card. Well, I'm not going to run it. You guys can figure out how to get a Discord link. The fabric does tamp them down a little bit. They're not going to be super duper bright, but they're going to be close enough to the fabric that it'll shine through. So these are also like hurting my eyes. That's how bright they are here. So they should be visible enough in like evening time like it is right now. That'll definitely sparkle through. These sparkliness will really, really shine through, and we'll have a couple solid patterns and stuff. We'll have to have it run a playlist, but Ben Gizmo, I believe, did a little bit of looking into wLED, and we should be able to have the power button that puts this into sleep mode should also be able to cycle through patterns. I'll have that. Maybe I'll put an infrared thing on there so that I can use an infrared remote so I don't need to have Wi-Fi to change the patterns. And then I don't know. I mean, I guess that's it. We could have something that changes patterns over time too. We should get hopefully 4 hours out of this thing. I believe the second strip of LEDs is going to draw double the current that we were seeing before. So we'll have to, depending on the pattern, of course, we'll have to do a little battery calculation and figure out, but I think it'll last longer than a typical walk session. So, all right, that said, check to see if anybody or anybody's are streaming. If we could throw you guys over there. Can't throw the YouTube viewers over there, but there's like 2 of them. Okay, come on. Twitch, load up. What do we have? Rob Oz is doing Skin Freak. I'm not going to raid that. No, I mean, Davies is around, but I think we're just gonna close it up, and we'll come back tomorrow in about, I don't know, 12-ish, 13, 15, 18. Add some reflective strips. Her harness has that. Her harness has little reflective strips on it, so I can rely on that. This Pet Soleil does not have reflective strips, but it will be illuminated when we use it. So, yeah, I mean, reflective in case the battery dies, maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I'm not fully relying on just this. Should have modified the harness. I was thinking about it, but there's nowhere that I can sneak LEDs into it without getting rid of the, what do you call it? Without getting rid of the reflective strips, because the harness has the reflective strips all over it. All right, I got to run. I'll catch you guys later. Thank you so much for joining me on stream. I will be back tomorrow, and we'll be getting more into this because it's getting to a point where we can get close to buttoning this thing up. Basically, I'm pushing all of the deciding on what patterns to run until we have a product. Like when I have a thing sitting in front of me, then we'll be good. Okay, are you gonna leave? Yeah, I gotta go walk my dog. Jeez.